So that's Death Stranding.
That is Death Stranding. It looks a lot like Metal Gear Solid 5 with ghosts.
Surprisingly. It was shockingly Metal Gear.
Yeah, you look at it, and I felt so dumb looking at it going, oh,
of course.
Yeah, you're sneaking around.
Of course.
Oh,
You're creating pathways across America. You're putting shit on your backpack, and you're dropping ladders, but ultimately you're walking through Afghanistan and
Americanistan.
You're sneaking, and you're going to run into caravans of open world triggers doing their thing.
Yeah.
And then occasionally there will be areas where floating
fucking ghosts and shit
hang out, but for the most part you're just going to be open worlding.
Yeah.
And Norman Reedus and his funky fetus are actually just Solid Snake.
The PlayStation Store page lists like asynchronous multiplayer, and it actually describes what that asynchronous multiplayer is. And it's going to be, hey, you'll find little camps that people have made that they've left supplies at, and kind of like a everyone come together kind of thing,
I guess.
And the other thing is that I really feel like the trailer ends like just reconnecting isn't going to get rid of the BTs, and then you can go anywhere. I have a feeling this game is going to try and expand on what Metal Gear Solid 5 was supposed to have, which was the anti-nuke stuff. Remember, everyone comes together.
Okay.
Like, beating the game isn't going to just solve the problem.
Oh, you think this is going to be him working on a proper multiplayer suite?
I don't think so, but I think it'll all be asynchronous. I don't think you're ever going to see other people. But I think it's gonna be Kojima's Nobi Boy.
Okay.
If that makes any sense to you.
Sandboxing it a little bit.
Right.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is because the trailer ends with, don't worry, you'll be able to go anywhere, even the moon, which seems like a really specific line to end the trailer on.
I mean, on Twitter, he pointed out that you can climb that mountain.
Yeah.
We were going back to that.
Yeah.
That whatchamacallit, game design fucking school, but
I have a feeling that the world map is actually totally as big as it appears, and that those strands are other player camps. Like, that way off in the distance you see strands?
Yeah.
And that's keeping connected, man. Because we all gotta come together, bro.
I think this trailer definitely satisfied a lot of what I wanted to see.
There's video game in it.
Please show me the video game, right?
There's going to be a lot of traversal elements. There's going to be stealth elements. You can shoot a gun.
And Hideo, he started like chronicling his timeline of KGP on Twitter, basically making his list of like, ever since 2016, here's what I've been up to. And yeah, I think finally seeing this trailer goes, okay, thank you for showing me the video game trailer. Now I have a very understandable approach towards what this is going to be.
A foxhound stand-in. We have a mysterious, possibly villainous figure.
Yeah,
you got all sorts of shit.
Now, I also feel that with what we're seeing, like, first of all, I saw a lot of cool shit.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot of cool shit.
There's a lot of rad-ass ghost shit in that trailer.
And firing the gun was very, very brief, but clearly a part of what was happening.
I feel like that's there to be like, because you see it for like 3 seconds,
and
it's like, listen.
Just to let you know.
Sometimes you can shoot a gun.
But we need you to run from these scientists and their sticks and hijack their bikes and wheelie out of there.
So the
punch them around a little bit,
the
Assassin's
PlayStation
Creed
Store
style.
page has an interesting caveat. It has an interesting point on it where it says, deal with your foes wisely, blah, blah, blah. Killing people is almost never the answer.
Interesting.
So he's probably undertailing it or some shit.
I mean, if the world is fucked...
Well, I think it's fairly clear what happened to the planet. The dead are everywhere.
Yeah.
Ghosts don't leave.
Right.
So I imagine shooting people to death would cause bad things.
Well, it's probably why the technology is not traditional.
Yeah.
But also, not only are they hanging around and the other side is crossing over with our side, but if they happen to run across you, then they pull you over.
Yeah.
Right. So, and babies unborn are the only pure.
No, those babies are different.
Those are the only pure things.
I went back and looked at it. So you know they hook into the baby and it says they're connecting to the other side, and the baby's eyes are pure dark. They're pure black. In the part where he's sneaking through the forest, Norman's footprints are in blue to denote like friendly. And then the monster giant handprints are in orange. But during that sequence, the baby is glowing the exact same bright orange.
So it's not just a baby.
So it's it's a fucking thing.
I
It's
mean,
a weird fucking thing.
Mads Mikkelsen is literally coddling it. It's at a point indicating that he's got some sort of feelings about it. But I think it would be cool if it was based on the idea that like an unborn pure baby is your closest connection to purgatory you're not allowed, you haven't made decisions yet. You're not therefore inherently sinful, even though certain religion will tell you otherwise.
Don't worry about
but
that.
The idea being that like, okay, the place where babies would go because they never get a chance to have life, they're not judged evil or good, allows you to therefore maybe connect to this afterlife or something along those lines. I don't know, but what I will say,
the world seems like disastrously ruined.
Way
Worse than usual apocalypses.
No,
like the rainfall killing all wildlife in this radius is just like that's.
America is fucked, and the president is on her cancer bed and basically going, America matters, and Norman's like, does it though? It's the Thor face, like, is he though? Does it though? Connect those bridges. Okay,
and
why?
now the bridges logo makes sense because they're expanding out from Washington.
Why does it matter? Well, anyway,
you know what? Fuck that. We got Dead Man, we got Heart Man, and we got Die Hard Man.
We got Baker Man, and we got, I forgot the
Fragile
other characters.
Woman.
Yeah, all these mans. Now, one thing I definitely like, I feel it hard now. The more of this game we see, I feel it hard. It's the thing I was talking about last time, where this is clearly going to be a not Peace Walker. I keep saying that, but I mean to say Phantom Pain style game. And the thing I like the most about what I've seen of Death Stranding has been those narrative trailers. Quote unquote narrative trailers, right? Mads and his soldiers doing weird shit.
Just being weird.
Right? Guillermo running around, and a soldier who gets taken in by the unknown and
explodes into time
and decides that killing himself is a better solution than dealing with whatever is about to happen to him. That's the kind of like brain candy that makes you go, oh my god, I want to know more about this world, right? To get that type of content delivered to you, it should probably be in a hallway. Everything about this footage is the least hallway ever.
Okay, so there is a solution to that. And the solution is that the hallway can be really, really, really wide.
Really wide hallway. And what if you don't get to point B, though?
I imagine the way that this is going to work is it's going to be get to point A, now get to point B. Like, basically, perhaps, like, go west.
Perhaps the hallway will, in fact, just be, whenever you're ready, go to the next room in the hallway. Or don't, but...
Alternatively, if you don't go to the next room in the hallway, you will not be physically able to progress. Like, you won't have cold weather gear.
And that's basically... I mean, there's some of those shots in the video have, like, cartoonish levels of weight on Norman's back. Like, he has a body and, like, 8 fucking tons of just suitcases.
It's pretty ridiculous.
And you're like, why are we like, what am I thinking of? Have you ever seen the parody video of the ultimate backpack for runners?
I have not.
And it's like a backpack that is like giraffe neck height sticking off of this guy's back, and he's going jogging with it, and it's bouncing around the place, and it's super goofy. It feels like it's one of those things, like how you actually carrying around that much shit. And more importantly, when you get punched and one of them falls off, how important it is that you pick it back up.
It's very important.
Well,
the weirdest thing about when those goons attacks Norman Reedus is that they attack the backpack.
Yeah.
And And they're all, and the reason why I think that you're not supposed to kill people while this bad thing happens, none of them are carrying lethal weaponry at all. They're all carrying stun batons.
Also, the backpack creates the sonar point.
Yeah, it creates the pulse. They're looking for the backpack.
They don't care about you. They care about the backpack. Yeah. So, I guess I just the more of this I see, the more I want to make sure that we get this. I want more of that narrative.
Yeah.
You know, please don't
Metal Gear Solid 5 me, man.
Please don't make it so that we get sprinkled cutscenes in between massive open world. Figure out how you want to get there.
Now, I would be baffled that if they did not use a similar storytelling presentation for at least some of it as the tapes.
Yeah.
Because, like, even the spot where he hides in the tall grass from the dudes?
Yeah.
That's a big, wide space that you can see for long distances. Just walking in pure silence might be a little dull.
Man, I really like the fact that almost all technology is unrecognizable.
It's all weird,
with the exception of metal briefcases wrapped with caution tape.
Yeah,
everything else is completely foreign and like way hard future, but not so hard that it looks like you don't know how we got there. I really, really like the tech design so far.
You know what actually made me really excited about this game in terms of like its structure, and because my big fear isn't even that we're not going to get enough cutscenes. My big fear is that like some of this technological shenanigans is just going to be like, yeah, it works. Like, no, I want someone to explain to me the bullshit that led to this nonsense baby-powered future.
Sure.
Right?
And it might not be a satisfying explanation.
And the number one thing that made me excited is seeing Norman and Dead Man and fucking Die Hard Man and Mama chilling in a big techno base that he parks his motorcycle in.
Oh, you mean the plot base?
Yeah, the plot base.
Right.
Right? And it's like...
Read that computer.
Yeah. The baby base.
Yeah.
So to speak. Because it's like, okay, thank God. There's going to be...
some
area that I can go
where
to look at it.
Information is concentrated. Yes, I that is true.
Possibly you'll come back and then go to different spots.
Yeah.
Maybe step 1 is go to Chicago. Step 2 is go to Austin, Texas.
But
whatever.
I just maybe it's just me, but like I feel like I've had my fill for a while of go let the legend come back to life. Like I really am okay with like the open world is not impressive anymore to me. We've done it. We've gotten island-sized Just Cause lands. You can make a Google Earth at this point. We get it.
I think
I don't think that's impressive anymore.
Genuinely impressive open world was Breath of the Wild.
Because it was they thought about it. They tailored it.
And it wasn't because it was super big.
Yeah.
It was because you had to deal with it. You had to interact with the world part.
And it was well placed and well thought out. The other thing I want to say is that when it comes to like controlling the environment to make sure that you can still have a lot of fun routes in to a place or out of a place, and it's not so wide that you can have you can possibly have like 5 great experiences and like 12 shitty ones, is to make something ground zero sized.
Yeah.
Right? The ground zero's base represents, while it was massive when we first took a look at it, now that represents a small to mid-sized area.
Yeah.
Right? That you could actually go, all right, this is one level, this is one area, this is a controlled spot, and you can make the pathways, whether they choose to go left, right, straight, you can make the pathways clear and make them as engaging as you would a hallway, but it doesn't have to be infinite desert left and infinite desert going right either. So I hope we kind of get at least control.
It's interesting because like
areas
the way that we
size.
Look at this is because like I am super thirsty for a fucking big ass space to wander. Like I very much enjoy literally just wandering about.
Yeah, I don't want that. I don't even want that. I want to know more about invisible Titan gods floating around in the distance.
But
I want those five imposing figures in the distance. What are you about?
Just because they were opposed in 5 doesn't mean that that was a like design compromise. that always felt like I don't know. I don't know what happened with 5's story. There's just so little of it.
It's just, if you think about what Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 were, 3 to a degree, but...
Because I'm worried about 4. I'm worried about, like, an actual hallway.
Because yes, right? 4 is an actual hallway, right? And I suppose that does represent going too far the other direction with it, which, let me dial it back then, because that is a fair point. 1 and 2... you came out into your smaller base, your Ground Zeroes base.
Yeah.
And then when you get to Chico, you then enter Ground Zeroes base 2. Mm-hmm. Right? And then you kind of move into next large interior or exterior. And you infiltrate and you tactical and you espionage and you action your way to the boss. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So like what the other thing too is like, what is going to be Sam's suite of actions?
Oh, like crawl, hang from ledge,
roll, punch, shoot,
dig through the dirt,
knock on wood, throw item,
throw rock,
ladder, rope.
Did you notice that he ties his hair back like V in the trailer?
He does.
Isn't that like?
Yeah, he's got a little ponytail going. It's true. It's true.
Is he secretly No.
I saw that tweet. I saw that tweet and it made me very upset.
What's that?
That tweet where the guy was like, Death Stranding is Metal Gear. And it's like, can we just stop?
No, we can't, because Kojima built up this legacy of big, weird Illuminati level lies. And also, the pregnant lady with the blurred face is totally the lady from PT.
Sure.
Like, actually.
Yeah, he probably wanted to continue working with the people he wanted to work with.
So we're going to get to a point where it's going to be like PT
Konami
happened.
fucked him, and then he decided to continue working with the people he liked. What's so wild about that? Find out, grab any one of these Metal Gear like conspiracy people and ask them how they feel about the dome.
The dome?
How high the dome is.
The dome?
Over this flat Earth.
Well,
ask them.
You don't know the Death Stranding doesn't have a dome.
It's not what I'm saying.
No, it's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, this level of conspiracy where the poor guy is like publicly ousted from his company, and like there is a very, very embarrassing almost like fallout with how things go down, and then the idea that it's like, nah, that was all for show. They fixed it in the background, and now he's back working for Konami.
That's not what anyone thinks, Woolie. That's not the path anyone is on.
So what is hashtag Metal Gear? What is hashtag Death Stranding is Metal Gear?
What people believe, or at least reasonable people believe, is that there is going to be vague enough but legally distinct ties in a couple directally to go look
to say that
this is where PT would have gone. This is tangentially related to.
I wanted there to be a connection here. I'm fine with that.
Right?
Okay, that's fine.
Because I have a sneaking suspicion that there will be a PT style dream sequence in this game.
I'm fine with that. I think that's too reasonable for the people making these.
You know what? You're probably right. That is probably too reasonable.
The people making these conspiracies legitimately think that Konami and Kojima are working together secretly behind the scenes.
Okay, well that's crazy.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's bananas.
You just need to. It's like you need to stop. What doesn't need to stop?
Is Kojima listening to my high school music choices?
Oh, you heard about me?
What? Sorry?
You heard about me talking about that?
What are you talking about?
Come on, you must have heard about me talking about that.
No, what are you talking about?
Bro.
Because I used to listen to Apocalyptica when I was like 15.
The moment that trailer played, and I was like, why does this sound like me back in college? Why does this sound like I'm back in fucking Cégep right now?
Dude, I used to
I'm listening, and I'm like, what is this? This is like, I'm getting huge Apocalyptica vibes.
Because it's Apocalyptica!
And my fucking friend is like, yeah, that's the name. The song is Path by Apocalyptica. And I'm like, ah! And I just lost my shit.
Because it's like, wait, I used to listen to these guys back when all they used to do was orchestral Metallica covers.
And that's how they started, as a Metallica quartet. And after 2 albums of doing and crushing it, they went, yo, we can do our own music. And they're like, okay.
This is that great moment where you're like, Kojima likes the thing that I like.
I 100% got blasted back to 2002 with that fucking song, and as soon as I realized that's what was like, I was digging it, and the moment that happened, I'm like, oh fuck, what a choice! What an amazing choice! I love Apocalyptica. They have such a distinct sound.
Yeah, it's metal orchestra. I don't know.
Like, yeah, you exactly. So you're getting the very smooth violin. It's going.
As you and I have both talked on many occasions, we're huge violin marks.
Yep, with the grungy like distortion of the guitar. You know, it's fucking strong. And I never would have thought that's the type of music we'd be getting out of this.
No,
like,
of course not.
I was hard expecting soft piano ballads, right? I was expecting soft, sad piano.
If we got in hindsight now, would have been like really disappointing. Because
I mean, it's fine if you show a bunch of soldiers walking through a fiery oil field that they ignite. You know they ignited themselves.
You know what's the weirdest thing about Mads and all his Zombo soldiers? They look like they're from right now. They don't look like they're from the weird baby future.
Mm-hmm.
They look like soldiers that you would see right now.
Yeah.
I think Mads is dead.
Oh, probably.
I think he's a ghost.
Probably. In fact, I think he represents... I wouldn't be surprised if Mads was maybe the first of the stranded dead that is, like, conscious and aware and interacting and not just in a state of
Do you think we'll be playing as Mads?
No.
Okay.
But I think Mads will pursue the fuck out of you on the open world.
Cool.
Yeah.
The Mads everywhere system?
The soldiers, yeah, absolutely. Also, yeah, and it's unclear as to whether or not the soldiers, like, coming along. Like, is it one of those things where it's like anyone you kill might then become a problem for you if you return to that area?
Like, the implication that I'm looking at this and the tone and the rain and all that, I'm like, I feel like this is the sorrow turned into a game.
Yeah, I could see that. The again, going back to that, the most what the fuck trailer of all of the what the fuck trailers.
Yeah, it's the guy stabbing himself.
The guy stabbing himself as he floats up into the air.
And then he explodes, and then later on in 2 trailers, that situation is described as a void out.
And the invisible god looking down upon them.
It implies that death causes you to violently explode like a nuke or some shit. Like, it's all sorts of weird shit.
I will say there's one part about this trailer that kind of there's an aspect about this trailer that kind of like took something away, and it is when I was watching that original trailer and the footsteps and like the panic of like what the fuck are these things coming after us, right? It was so terrifying. Right? It was massively terrifying because you're like, you can't see it, you can't detect it. This baby and this flapping little is your best and
now
your
that
only
you see
shot.
that there's a pulse that you can see them.
And not only is there a pulse that you can see them, but it kind of looks like a bunch of undead guck sort of sticks in, and your feet get stuck, and they start yanking you down. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, that's not the threat I want that to be.
Did you see the Japanese version of the trailer?
With the extra footage. I
With
saw
the extra
boss.
footage of a shark with infinite tentacle hands.
I did see that. What I find terrifying is Invisilickers.
Yeah.
Right? And the idea of Invisilickers creating footsteps, and then occasionally you get rocked and ripped.
Luckily enough, they will assuredly take the baby away from you at points during this game.
Yeah. I don't want the little flicker to just represent, oh, the goop is over there if it sees you. I don't want it to be that. That's not scary. That trailer put fear.
There's a possibility that they tried that and it was like untenable, like gameplay wise.
The power of the idea of you don't know what this is that's gonna fuck you up is so much stronger than just the goop. You know.
I agree with you.
For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, the Japanese trailer that
has like an extra minute.
It has an extra 35 seconds or so of gameplay.
It shows 2 cool shots. One is
a boss fight
with a giant. A snake, a shark bloodborne.
Some beast.
And a cool-ass shot of Troy Baker's gold mask on Amelie for some reason.
So, check that out.
I think Kojima has finally done it. He has talked about, like, the digital actor thing and wanting, like... like proper actors and movie stars in his games and all that shit for ages and ages and ages. And remember when we always talked about Snake being played as Kiefer, and we'd call him Kiefer to denote that he's not Hater or whatever. We're not using these characters' fucking names.
Yeah, we're calling him Norman.
We're calling them
Mads.
Norman and Mads and Troy.
But that is Guillermo.
Right, and that is actually Guillermo del Toro.
Like that's intended, you know. Now the question I would like to find out is, what is the star power budget versus the actual game budget, and what's the ratio there?
I don't know, because it seems like everyone was like fucking chomping at the bit to be a part of it.
But what if it's 50-50?
Maybe.
Right? What if we're going towards that world?
You see that fucking dork ass photo of Kojima hanging out with Mads and Norman, where those two guys are looking grungy as fuck and smoking, and Kojima's pretending to smoke a cigarette for the photo.
It's
Oh my, what a dork! He's such a fucking nerd.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can grab that extra footage for people that haven't seen it yet. But it was posted on the subreddit.
So while you do that, I would like to talk about language. So we have clearly hit a point where no one's around to tell Kojima that sounds stupid, because shut up. So you have a trailer that literally goes dead man, heart man, die hard man, and everyone cheers. Because that is some fucking 1980s Japanese boss video game
Blank
name
man.
Convention bullshit. And everyone's like clapping. Yay. However, there is one part of the trailer that I'm like, someone should have probably walked up to Kojima and been like, you might want to change this because it sounds silly and hilarious and is causing the complete opposite reaction you're intending for every single person who speaks English as a first language. So first of all, happy Pride Month, everyone. And second of all, having the main enemy faction called the Homo Demons is like so absurd. It's so dumb. And I find it very difficult to take seriously. It is so stupid.
I might have missed that.
When they asked what the terrorist group is called.
Hold on a second. I might have not paid enough attention there. Sam is Norman Reedus. Cliff is Mads Mikkelsen.
It's the part where they have Fragile.
Fragile is Leia Sadu.
Yeah, no, it's
Mama,
not in this bit. It's in the bit where they're talking
Man.
about the terrorists that
Heartman.
engineer void outs.
Die Hard
Right
Man.
when Troy Baker shoots the lightning bolt
Hinks.
into the sky.
Okay, they just talk about it. Amelie.
Yeah. And then
Okay.
the fucking closed captioning correctly labels it as the Homo Demons. And it's like, no one walked up to him and was like, dude, not a single
Yeah, you'd have to at least start the word sapien a little bit to throw it off the scent. You'd have to go like
that's obviously what it's supposed to be,
yes,
right?
yeah. Or you'd have to go Demo sapiens.
It's
or
supposed
something.
to be the Latin equivalent of instead of Homo sapien.
Demo sapiens.
But
you'd have to, yeah.
It is literally just a character saying they're called the Homo Demons, and it's just like,
Yep.
I can't.
Yep.
I can't. I can't.
It's not too late.
I can't.
It's
It
not
is
too late.
so too late. It has never been too late. All the dialogue is done.
It's not too late for you to get used to it.
Oh my god.
Because it's happening. Get it out of your system now, says Reggie. Get used to the Wii. Say it. Get all your jokes out.
I feel like
because you're gonna be seeing the Wii everywhere.
I feel like Kojima is like my classmate in 9th grade, holding up a fucking homogenized carton of milk, going homo milk.
So in third birthday, later in one of the later sessions, me and Min get into it at a point because we have a discussion about language in fiction.
Yeah.
And in particular, pseudoscience jargon, right?
Yeah.
And like part of the reason I could tell this game is so shit and like the way it's being written is terrible and it's just also like through the lens of someone very, very like very Japanese.
Yeah.
Going into the science part of it is that the monsters in Parasite Eve, rather in Third Birthday, are labeled the Twisted.
Oh.
That's the name of them, right? And there's no further explanation so far as to what or why that's what they're called, except for they're the Twisted, right? And I'm trying to explain to...
There's a red flag right there.
It is, right? And I'm trying to explain to him, because I'm like, so Min, you see that sucks, right? And he's like, I don't get why that's a problem. I thought it was a pretty cool name. Right? And I'm like, okay, but here's the thing, right? You would maybe call them the Twisted if you lived in a world where you had no information.
Yeah.
For example, in The Walking Dead, they don't know what they're dealing with. They call them walkers.
Why do they do that?
Right?
They walk around.
If a big science lab comes down and officially decrees that these things are called walkers, that would be stupid.
Well, especially in Parasite Eve, because in Parasite Eve, one... They're mitochondrial, whatever.
Neo-mitochondrial.
Well, that's two, right? That's the neo-mitochondrial.
But NMCs.
Forces. Yeah.
Right?
And then in the first one, they're usually just called victims because they're people that burst.
So that's the thing, right? And I literally get into this part of the discussion because it's like there's a certain point where you go, look, the world here has established that someone smarter than me has assessed this problem in a lab, walked out and wrote a report and decided this is what we're going with. And the fact that they wouldn't use scientific terminology or Latin jargon to define anything, and they would just literally arrive on the Twisted. And then from there, because that's the official name, you get into the Pentagon or the FBI creating like things like the CTI, which is the Counter Twisted Investigation Team. And like also, and like literally like official terminology working with the word Twisted, which is really just some dumb high school kid's edgy name for their monsters.
So it's funny that you mention that because you go back to Death Stranding and they have a name for those things and it's beached things.
BTs.
Yeah. And they abbreviate it to BTs and just abbreviating it alone makes it sound better.
Even slightly.
And beached things makes me think that's the first name that got said on the news.
And nobody knows what the fuck it is.
And they are 0% understood.
Yes.
So that's what we're going with.
And that's as long as you can establish like that it's like what naming convention are we going with? Is it the farmer hick that stumbled upon the thing and went, or is it what the science lab man came down with and wrote up in the report, right? And they might even have separate names for each other. They're like, yeah, those big old science people call it the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
But I call it that thing I shoot.
And that's it, you know? And as long as you can work that out, that makes sense. But when you're trying to tell me that they're both the same...
Parasite Eve has it really bad because it already establishes that it's a world that uses... the threats are scientific.
Yes.
That the threats are biological.
So and that's exactly it. So I'm like, based on the fact that we're coming off of two games where they already went into science and used it properly.
Where like you look at Death Stranding and you're like, you know what, a beached thing as a name for this creature is fine because that's a magic ghost from hell. Right? Like I can easily believe that nobody knows what that is.
And at some point they might get more a couple years down the line when they maybe can figure out what the fuck's happening. But right now we're in this confusion zone of who the fuck knows.
So I want a couple things from this game, and there's one thing that I want that I might not get, but I don't care. And the game's story has already established a way to do this. I want this post-apocalyptic destruction of the United States to have been recent. Like a couple months.
Oh, it just happened?
Like it is like a year tops.
I'm gonna go with the idea that like the crazy levels of elevator and glowing blue tech that we have on everything and the bikes and the I think that implies a little bit longer than that.
No. I don't mean that the story takes place 1 year from now.
No, whenever the disaster happens.
I mean that they had all their fancy bullshit.
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
And then a year passed. And the reason I say that is because you've established that rainfall accelerates time by a factor of like 1 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you can change the whole landscape of the United States as much as you fucking want. Right, you can disappear mountains. You can raise lake beds that shouldn't be there because you just say, "Oh, it rained there a lot," and now the time has changed.
How many building structures were in this trailer? Like
almost none.
There's 2 areas of surrounded metal and like abandoned factory-looking sort of zones. Everything else is just completely
the only
covered.
locations in this trailer that show any sign of like usable livingness are the Oval Office, which, okay, sure.
Yeah.
I can assume that whatever they would do to protect the physical, like, structure of the White House would be whatever.
Yeah.
And an underground area.
Yeah. Maybe the idea of that whole recent tragedy thing and the tech of that world are connected to the point where we advanced our tech so far that we scraped up against the demons.
Sure, the Event Horizon.
And then now the hell is here.
I just realized there's a third standing structure in the trailer. It's a little batch of tents that the goons come out of in their truck. And I just love the idea that, okay, if it rains and the water hits you, time will advance 1,000, 10,000 times faster
whatever
than normal.
the fuck crazy.
So everyone is wrapped head to toe in fucking plastic.
Mm-hmm.
Because thank you, plastic.
You've
totally saved us.
Don't get wet.
Biodegrade my ass.
Don't get wet. Yeah.
Like, the only standing structures that could last for any length of time would be plastic structures.
President Cancer is really, really... That's something.
Yeah, it's exactly the same as BSG.
Oh, is it?
She even looks the same.
Oh, well, that's the first time I'm encountering
that.
that.
In fact, I have a sneaking suspicion it's the same actress.
Oh, okay. I
she looks very similar.
That's brand new to me. Yeah, man. So
it's a bit on the nose as a metaphor.
Mm-hmm. America's dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like literally.
Of course. And Norman's attitude towards her being like, is kind of almost another like furthering of that idea.
Yeah, Norman's like, I just want to go back to Alaska and mush my sled dogs.
There you go. So there's that shot of the fucking soldiers coming out of the water, and then it's not water, it's fucking tar or gas or lighting it up, and
that's
then
a Metal Gear.
It's a super
shot.
Metal Gear moment, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you can tell this trailer was directed by Kojima because the moment the credits pop up and then you hear another voice start talking, that's his signature in every single trailer.
Every single trailer. Yeah, somebody's gonna come up at the end of the trailer and say some weird shit, and you're gonna be like, "Huh?"
Mm-hmm. I've recently, this is unrelated, but I've recently, I saw somewhere, there was a Reddit post about how it's like, sorry to ruin like half of fiction for you, but lit cigarettes don't ignite gas.
No, they don't.
And like this dude pours a bunch of gas.
The liquid puts it out instantly.
Yeah, he pours it all on a table and then like lights it up with a normal lighter and then puts a lit cigarette into it and it does nothing. And you go,
it fizzles out.
Fuck me.
The liquid part extinguishes the sparks instantly before that it can catch flame.
The flick cigarette, for dramatic purposes, is dead.
Yeah, but he gets around this. He gets around this because the cigarette fucking lights itself.
Yeah, he holds it up to the air, and
which
reality lights the
explains
smoke.
that. Guess what? That's a magic cigarette.
That's true. That's true.
That's a magic ghost cigarette. Ghosts that smoke.
Yeah. Yeah. Smoke ghosts. I like it. And yeah, it's cool as fuck, and it's anime as fuck, and it's movies as fuck.
You know what that reminds me
But every
of?
time you see someone flick a cigarette in a movie and light up a big fire trail, recognize that that's a dumb now.
Reminds me of like 5-6 years ago when Dan Reichert, once again possibly the stupidest man in the world, was on the Giant Bombcast describing how much he loved Metal Gear and hated anime. To which everyone exclaimed, Metal Gear is the most anime shit that has ever existed. What are you talking about? He goes, no, it's got spies and, you know, it's about military and the guns. It's like, yeah, and psychics and magic and evil clones. What do you...
Is All Systems Goku not about them discovering that they love anime?
Because that conversation, it was what led Dan down the path to go, oh wait, maybe I do like anime.
Right.
Which then led down the path to All Systems Goku.
Right.
Seeing people mark out about Dragon Ball like 25 years after the fact, devoid of context, is fucking crazy.
Or Ava, for that matter.
Did that come out?
No.
Not yet, huh?
Not yet.
Redubbed it, too.
Can't wait. I would like to see... What I really want to see is if you could get a fucking... Not even a commentary track, just an interview with Anno years later now to see what he thinks.
Yeah.
You know, to see where he's at this point. In the midst of the reboot, by the way. Anyway, so... Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Death Stranding.
I am still looking forward to Death Stranding. I now feel a bit better about it. No, I feel a lot better about it. I feel really, really good about Apocalyptica and listening to them again.
Did you pre-order your game to get your gold skeleton bike?
I don't.
That shit's weird.
No, I'm good. But I want to see that E3 stage demo.
By the way, E3's next week. We should probably schedule our lives around that.
Okay. The
podcast is going to be concurrent with the Microsoft show next week.
Okay. Well, so I want to see that live stage demo of him walking into the forest swamp.
Yeah.
And dealing with the problem in whatever way, and then getting a sense for all the different gameplay things, where he hangs from the tree, or he drops a ladder,
tree frog.
Or he swings a briefcase at a ghost, and the ghost gets hurt by the briefcase because, like, whatever.
Because the briefcases can pass into the Death Stranding.
Yeah, and then just kind of show me that's what you do, and now you open world that, and I'll go, okay, fine, I guess.
Yep. I mentioned anime earlier. I have an anime alert for all of you anime people. Woolie, have you seen an anime? Do you enjoy anime?
I do.
You have 6 days to catch up on Attack on Titan.
That is what I forgot to tell Punch Mom. Punch Mom, are you listening? I forgot. I was going to tell you right before we started. Absolutely everyone has come at me extremely aggressively and said, listen, whether you like it or not, you have 1 week to catch up.
1 week?
And do you know why? Because while everyone has been very considerate,
next week's episode is titled Basement.
Someone literally showed me a screenshot that just says, next week, Basement.
It's next week.
So here's the deal, right? We've been very chill, right? We'll catch up to JoJo when you got time. We'll go see John Wick when you got time. We'll maybe go see Godzilla if you feel like it when you've got time. We are not fucking waiting on Attack on Titan. And this is public for everyone to see. Can I get a verbal confirmation, please?
Yes.
I love you. Thank you.
Okay, good. The marriage is still on.
We can't fucking play this game, all right?
What?
Because my favorite thing about Part 5, we haven't watched it yet.
Okay.
It's the next episode we gotta watch. So we can get around to it. No pressure. It's cool. But this is bad.
Woolie,
and people come at me real hard about this one.
People have been really polite and good about it.
Okay.
It's kind of shocking.
So I am publicly forcing a deal here.
I don't like how you're blaming it on me.
It's
like, you have not brought up Attack on Titan.
I was totally about so I forgot to bring it up right before this. It came up before, and now it's been like the fire has been lit.
Yeah.
Right?
No, yeah, is fine.
And everyone and in the same way that it did last time. Right? Like I think it was like 3 or 4 episodes into the last season, everyone was like, yo, dude,
you have to
now.
go look at this thing.
You got to go do the now.
Yeah.
Right? And like this is happening. So
well, maybe instead of watching Jurassic.
Yeah. Of course. For sure. Yeah. But it's also based on like the well, anyway, we've been watching things according to what everyone can watch as opposed to what limited
no one's going to like, how do I put
watch.
this? Remember when Game of Thrones big things happened and everyone was like, okay, we can all talk about it.
Yeah.
And anime manga rules, it seems like the manga people are pretty happy to stay quiet right up until the minute that episode airs. And then they go, we waited years and years and years to talk about this. The anime episode is out. Shut up. We're going to talk about it
Or
now.
the preview for it even happens. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. No. The pressure has been felt. It has been the weight of the world has been put on my shoulders. I feel it. I know, and the catch up has to happen because there's no choice. I gotta catch up.
I didn't watch the new
last
batch of the season.
Okay, yeah. There's just no choice.
Yeah,
and I mean, hey, if this is how anime has to be watched, then I guess so be it, right?
I would like to ask you a small favor.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, with 6 days to go, release me from our agreement? Your deathbed agreement. Do you remember? Because I remember.
Yeah.
So if people who've paid attention to our stuff for a long time, I don't actually remember when we made this agreement, but Woolie made me promise that if he is on his deathbed, that I will run to his side and tell him what's in the basement. As you seem to be in fine health currently.
Anything can happen in 6 days.
Anything can happen in 6 days.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I will soon be released from our pact.
By natural time carrying its own course.
Yeah.
So that's fine. That's totally okay. You are released.
I am excited for everyone because I was talking to a friend of mine about it, and he also got impatient, right? Because it was taking forever, and looked it up, and we both had identical reactions of the basement is super worth it.
Okay, well,
that's it. That's all. It's just like we waited a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
You waited longer.
So speaking of looking
super
things
worth
up
it.
And the echo from it, because I want to get away as far away from this as possible right now. I'm gonna jump high speed back to something you brought up 2 weeks ago or so. And I caught a lot of people going, yeah, so after Pat brought up The Mist, I went and dove in on that. And I'm now like, fuck you, how could you do this to me? And I'm so intrigued by that sentence that I'm like, I have to go watch this now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't want to, like, and this is, like, I saw, it was 3 people that went.
It was me talking about, for anybody who doesn't remember, I talked about how The Mist, the Stephen King novel adaptation in a movie with Thomas Jane, has the most brutal, depressing ending of any work of fiction I've ever seen.
And here's the thing with that is kind of like, almost like knowing that it's like, well, you already know what I'm going for. You already know what you're heading towards in the sense that you know it's not going to be great.
Right. So that didn't tip you over. But what did tip you over was
people reacting as if they watched it by just reading about it.
Yeah.
So now I have to go.
Well, you got to.
There's just no choice. So that's that. That's got to happen now. I've never seen such a strong reaction to people wiki
just
diving.
Finding out
wiki diving something, like, God, imagine what it's like actually seeing it. So yeah, we'll find out and yay for emotes only in the chat because
chat can't be trusted.
Can't be trusted. That's a good call. I don't mind that one. Anyways, so this is there's a time limit.
This is all weird, isn't it?
Time limit burning, right? There's both ends of the candle going. And there's content to be found somewhere deep within. But weeks.
Hey, speaking of John Wick, I can help you and Punch Mom out. John Wick is not a must-see in theaters right now. It's a really fun... I saw it last night. My pal Dan, a.k.a. Fuggins. It's a really fun murder movie where many, many murders occur. Mm-hmm. There's a lot...
Is there murder innovation?
Yes, there is.
That's what we're actually looking for.
There's a higher ninja component this time.
Okay.
There's more globe-trotting.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm inclined to think one might be like, but Pat, there are only so many ways that a bullet can enter a body.
That's true. That is true. However, there are different types of bodies that you can shoot at that have different armaments, let's just say.
Okay.
It is very fun to see what celebrity will show up as that old assassin pal. They spend most of the plot diving into the weird universe that movie exists in. Apparently, assassination is highly lucrative because
everybody
it's
does
everybody.
Yeah.
And the foil villain, like the assassin that is going to spend, like Common in the second movie, that's going to spend most of the time chasing after John, leads the raid, the entire cast of Raid 1 and 2, as the murder crew, with the two biggest murder crew mans being Mad Dog and the final fight from 2.
So the raid, literally the raid just walks into the cast of John Wick.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
And they're just around.
I have no problems with that.
They're just hanging out.
That's great. No problem.
And the big murder foil man, evil assassin, is a trope that I want to see more of, which is he's a John Wick fanboy.
Fantastic.
And he's trying to stab him, and he's marking out over, oh, that's a good one, John. Like a kind of a Happy Bennett from Commando.
Sure.
This movie is the most pointless movie I have ever seen. Ever. Literally nothing happened. To the point where you could finish watching the second movie and start watching the fourth movie, and aside from a slight continuity error, you could just pretend. You could just pretend. They're planning to run this shit into the ground.
Okay.
There was like zero development of John's character or what's going on.
And
or
Keanu has no problems with it whatsoever.
Yeah, they are going to have Keanu continue to shoot every motherfucker on the planet.
Action movie action man is really what we're watching now.
Yeah. However, when you watch the action parts, which is like, I want to say like 45% to 50, like exactly half of the movie is action scene.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot of guns.
And now apparently that's the problem that critics are having with Godzilla.
Yes.
Which
is a stupid problem.
Seems like a dumb problem to have when your monster fight movie has a lot of monster fighting.
Yeah. I haven't seen Godzilla, but I think the big one that everyone latched onto is you can't just have these monsters fight like it's a wrestling match. And everyone's like, that's what I'm paying my money to go see.
Yeah, duh.
I want to see...
Really?
I want to see a ring come out. What are you talking about?
Like, can we not go over the history of every other movie where the major complaint was, enough with the humans already?
Every Transformers movie?
Every single one. We're like, can we stop giving a fuck about these humans and start getting more monsters in there? I didn't come to see
the robot movie to see the humans.
Well,
maybe that one human. She's pretty cute. But mainly the robots.
Stop. Just enough. We're here for let them fight.
I'm not here for the buffs.
Let them fight.
Yeah.
And take any emotional, development and put it on another smaller monster. And maybe let that monster be the human component.
And hey, do you need people to talk eventually? Because, there has to be fucking dialogue in your movie. Have Ken Watanabe and the guy who plays Tywin Lannister just be old.
Charles Dance.
And just say things with a lot of gravitas.
Yep.
And then the monster fight, and they're like, oh, it's a big fight.
Mm-hmm.
That's, Mm-hmm. Again, haven't seen the movie, but
nope.
I hear good things, but I hear bad things, but I hear good things.
Yep, so soon. Gonna go check out what's up with that.
Let's see. Aside from John Wick, I do anything special? Not really. I guess I'll just sub when my weeks are boring. I'll just sub in for the fucking FF14 report, which is that game is exploding right now.
In a good or bad way.
The Aether data center is full. You can't make a new character on it because it's fucking full, and everywhere you go, everywhere is fucking full. There's a bonus that you get if you run a dungeon with somebody for the first time, like if they're a newbie, and you get a substantial experience bonus. Every single time I run anything, I'm getting a new person bonus, which means like tens of thousands of people are just flooding in en masse, and it's fascinating. What's extra fascinating, and Wolves, you will never encounter this in any of the games that you play because the types of genres you play don't have this social mechanic, I guess I would call it.
Okay.
which is more than ever, you can tell at a glance who boosted or who jumped. So if you want to buy Final Fantasy XIV, there's a big-ass main quest you got to go through. And you obviously have to go through the leveling process to 1 to 70. But say you don't want to do that. Say you want to go play with your friends at endgame right away. Well, why? You could buy what's known as a jump potion for $20 or $40 for the story equivalent. And you could just skip most of the way to the level cap right now. Like that. And boy, is it easy to just fucking see, like physically at a distance, who did that.
Do people call it out?
If you're polite, you're not supposed to. If you're polite, you're supposed to go onto your Discord server and go, these fucking jump potion motherfuckers don't know how to do mechanics. These fucking pieces of shit. But I think 3 or 4 times last week, I would be running something and the person would just be fucking the dog on every single thing, despite having a bunch of really high-end gear. And I would go, hey, you from WoW? And they go, yeah, how'd you know? And I go, okay, this mechanic doesn't work like that. You gotta stand in the thing, or don't move, or whatever. And they go, oh, okay, cool, thanks. Which is the ideal form of that like interaction. But it is fucking fascinating to be playing a game that you spend thousands of hours getting all these things to cap, and then you look over there at that guy, and you're like, oh, that motherfucker bought his way here and just doesn't know shit. And if they're real assholes, they make your life a living hell because all of a sudden you can't clear anything. It's like the people. You know what? Actually, you do have experience with this with people who boost and smurf their accounts.
Okay, yeah.
My brother, who's actually really good at fighting games,
Right.
he got my account up here, and now I'm just gonna rage quit all day, every time, and it's fucking fat. All these little weird social construct. Oh, it's fascinating. But yeah, no, that game is popping like I've never seen it, and I mean like I've never seen it.
So if you were to be able to do that in a God, Woolie, the fucking one-trick pony, has one thing.
If you were going to do that in a fighting game,
I really just bore myself. I bore myself.
I saw an interesting comment a while ago, which is Woolie tends not to try and empathize with other people's weird positions. He has to put them into his own frame of reference, right? So instead of you going, what would it be like if I played the MMO? You go, but what if everything that we're talking about is actually a fighting game?
That's true. And, I mean, it should be obvious why I do that.
Because you like fighting games?
No, because...
You have little experience in the thing that I'm talking about.
And the thing that you're talking about is active poison to me.
Yes, it is bad
so
poison.
I can't envision liking it or having fun with it, because my only questions in that train of thought would be,
but
why is that fun?
Yeah.
So instead...
That's a tough place to start from.
Exactly.
That's a tough fucking place to start from.
So instead, the conversation should become, okay, let me translate it into fun.
Yeah, first we have to go to a fun thing.
Converter, right? And then I'll go, okay, I understand how that works now, right? So, yeah.
It'd be the equivalent of,
you know what?
You going into a fucking ranked game in Overwatch and the guy next to you is clearly boosted.
Yeah.
And you going and watching them fuck up your game. Like watching them lose the match for you, and you go, hey, did you boost? And they go, yeah. And you go, well, actually, Genji can only do this and that. And they go, oh, okay, thanks.
So that's all I was going to say as I fucking yawn at my own repetition is that in a game like, in a fighting game, if you were to do that artificially, you would be at the top ranking fighting against all the EVO top 16.
Yeah.
And then
there's Jimmy.
That would be the end of it.
Yeah.
Like you're there, great. And what do you accomplish? Absolutely nothing, because you're not meant to be up here.
So there's a really weird, how do I put this? There's a whole social argument around this, which is carrying, right?
Yeah.
So
team-based games allow
a carry
to carry
right?
you. Yeah.
And the problem with a game like 14 is that when you allow a carry, you carry a bad player into the future to bother others, right? It's not like it's... So when you carry somebody... they had a situation with Stormblood where the final boss of the main story was somewhat difficult. It wasn't tough for decent players, but for newbies or for people that didn't know what they were doing, it was really tough to clear. Mm-hmm. And that was met with cheers and boos. Boos from the average player who was like, dude, I'm getting shitty parties, and I'm not good enough to carry the shitty party through. And cheers from assholes like myself going, good, keeping the bads out of the end game so I don't have to deal with them, right? And the jump potion makes that really, really, like, lasered on, where it's like, people freak out, like, I don't want people who don't know how to play the game at the end of the game with me.
Yeah.
And vice versa, people going, listen, I don't care about this story. I don't care about this world. I play MMOs to raid with my friends, right? So fuck you. I'm gonna jump for it. And if an MMO doesn't do this, they have a hard time getting new players because it takes longer and longer to get to the shit that people are actually doing, right? It's complicated because you see a lot of people, they get jumped up, and God, they're the worst motherfuckers in the world. But on the other hand, I'd say about half the people that I see get jumped up are people that are, like, hardcore into endgame stuff at MMOs, so they just pick it up and learn real quick. It's just, you don't notice those people because they do fine. It's this problem of, like, if you do well, no one notices because everything just goes off without a hitch. If you do badly, everyone sees, right? So it creates this inflated perspective of what is causing these problems. It's super interesting to me.
If there was not enough, though, if people were constantly doing this and then encountering players going, you know, it's really annoying that you don't know what you're doing, but you're up here.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that discourage people from doing it and eventually kind of create a social faux pas where people would kind of be like, you know, it's not really worth it?
So,
or is the number going up part of the good feeling where you just go, I'm going to do it anyway?
That is correct. But there's a problem. The problem is that the Final Fantasy XIV community does not exist in isolation. The active player count is somewhere between 250 to 350,000 people, right? WoW's player count, despite all of its shit, is still probably hovering around 6 or 7 million. So the WoW culture does affect that. And WoW, how do I put this? WoW has taught people that the only thing that matters in your MMO is the absolute last shit at the game. The leveling process doesn't matter. And in fact, I saw somebody talking the other day, hey, when I buy 14, do I get a free boost to level cap? Because WoW does that when the new expansions come out. Right. Because why would you play 1 to 100? Because everything that matters is 100. And with games like 14, that's a good way to completely ruin that game for yourself. Because they actually kind of spread all the good bits out. And if you jump all the way to the end, you're going to find there's actually relatively little for you there.
Also, I imagine there's, like, learning that has to
yes,
occur.
Also, the way that like fights work in 14 are much more complex than they would be in WoW, where in WoW your rotation is spam this button until this button becomes activated, and 14 is like I'll show you a video once about what a rotation is. I'm not going to say it's fighting gamey, but it's more complex than you would expect. Okay. So it's a really good way to completely ruin the game for yourself. So let me give you a good... So people out there who are interested in getting in, really seriously consider maybe not getting a jump. So here's a good reason, right? The big expansion that everyone's getting really excited about is called Shadowbringers, right? The whole idea is that they established really early on in this game's life that there are parallel universes. Shut up, there's 14, haha, because whatever, right? So you can go to 14 different planets, essentially, right? One of them is completely eaten up by darkness, and it's literally a void, it's the abyss, it's gone, right? That's the shitty one. Turns out the opposite end of that is light. It's too much light. So it's basically being eaten to death by SMT-style angels.
Those guys are dicks.
Which is a cool, like, look. It's a really cool aesthetic. And the thing is that going to the first shard, which is the location we're going to, was set up 3 years ago in one of the patch quest lines added during Heavensward, the expansion before last one. So this has been an ongoing problem that people have been hearing about for years and dealing with certain aspects of tangentially for years. And if you skip all of that, you get to the point where we're going to the first. You go, what's the first? Do you even care? Is the idea of that location even cool anymore without knowing like how it got that way? Like,
right.
Whereas in WoW, it's like the orcs are bad and we're going to go get them and we're going to go to the ocean place now. And the orcs got there too. And you know, like, context.
Sure, if there was an RPG where you could... Oh, well, there was an RPG where you could buy levels.
A lot of the shitty Bandai Namco ones, actually.
Back on the 360, I want to say Eternal Sonata.
Yeah, you could.
Right? So there definitely were folks that just sat there and went, all right, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Here's my next spell. Level up, level up,
You played
level
Final
up.
Fantasy X.
Yeah.
Did you ever play the international version?
No.
So the international version has the Dark Aeons, right? It's a bunch of super bosses. It's like 15, 20 super bosses that you do the end game. You fill out the whole sphere grid. You min-max your characters. This is the equivalent of paying $20 extra for your copy of FF10
yeah.
to literally skip to that post main game completion. It's like, I can't possibly recommend that to anybody. Like, it sucks. And other people will look down on you. Even if you're a good player, there are people who spent years...
Oh, the LP was the international version. Okay, I didn't know.
Oh, wow, okay. Like, people who spend years of their life interacting with a story and interacting with a place and interacting and grinding up their characters are pretty much all just going to have this tiny little thing in the back of their head where they look down on people who just skipped all that. Personally, I don't get it. I don't understand why you would pay a monthly fee and then an extra charge to skip the game. It's baffling to me. But I do understand that other people don't give a shit about any of this shit that I care about, right?
I have to chalk it up to the invisible thing that's over there that I don't understand, but I accept its existence, which is number go up, feel good.
No, that's not it at all. It's I want to... There is a subsection of MMO fans that literally just hop around to every MMO to complete all the hardest shit.
Okay.
Because they like MMO style group dynamic combat stuff.
Is there like a I feel like there should be a snazzy anime name for those people.
I don't
like
know.
We call them beaters.
Well, right now they're
because
called,
they beat the MMOs.
Right now they're called WoW refugees.
Okay.
And there's a guy out there, forget his name, but there is the Final Fantasy 14 guide for WoW refugees, and it is a tutorial on how to play 14 if you are coming from WoW. It's weird. Every social aspect of an MMO is fascinating because all these little rules and cliques and social expectations arise. It's totally fascinating to me. But yeah, the game's popping and it's fucking filled with shitty WoW players. But I guess that's good for the game overall.
A population is a population.
Usually the solution to this is to hey, do you want to get into the last part of the story? You know what you do? You make a really, really difficult combat encounter that you can only do by yourself. Because then no one can carry you up. You have to actually learn how to do it.
At which point, though, you can still just go look up what you need to.
Yeah, but the fact that you even tried at all and are capable. It is difficult for me to explain how wide the skill gap can be in a team game like this. How lazy people can be.
Woolie, why would you pay $30 to be placed in top 8, but you played no matches to get there?
Yeah, exactly. Could you imagine?
I bought my way into top 8.
But
Let's go.
Now imagine it's top 8, but it's SBO style with 3 people.
Single limb, full team.
Right?
Yeah.
Hey, guess what?
Yeah.
You just lost the game for them.
And you ruined their journey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's a whole thing. It's so fucking weird.
Oh my god. Okay.
But that's pretty much it for me.
Okay.
I beat Plague's Tale. Fucking amazing. Play it. It's amazing.
Okay.
It takes some. Hey, now it's about the rats and the plague in the France.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say it takes some historical liberties with the nature of rats in that game.
Okay.
So be aware that it may not be 100% historically accurate. But that game is stellar. And it has and it ends really well. It has a really fantastic ending. And then, like, a couple days after the game came out, they just came out and was like, yeah, we're totally doing a sequel right away.
Okay. I don't know if it's what you're implying, but I like the idea of an otherwise indistinguishable from real life world setting that very suddenly and abruptly at the last second is like, wait, what?
So I'll use a I think I forget who it was. It might have been Skill Up or G-Man's review, but they described elements of the game's tone as reminiscent of Aliens.
Okay.
And I feel that's highly accurate.
I was having a conversation last night about Shenmue and how I dropped the fuck off of it.
Yeah.
And how I played all of 1 and I played almost all of 2 and I got to disc 4 and I just bored. I fell asleep. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Couldn't fucking do it. I couldn't drag myself through China to meet the girl that's on the box of all of those games who I've never met up to this point.
Really?
I couldn't fucking do it. And I was told that apparently what I missed out on was the moment that Ryo pulls out a fucking lightsaber glowing ass sword. And I was like, what?
What?
Apparently.
Why?
Apparently, I missed out on the moment that the blade of legend is revealed, and it blew my fucking mind because I'm like, I went through like fucking hours upon hours.
And do you speak the language of Chinese?
Of hard reality, facing the fact that I don't want to go to work today, but I gotta lift trailers, otherwise I'm not gonna make that 80 yen. And now I gotta fucking like come face to face with the fact that a lightsaber was waiting at the end of this journey. So I don't know, man.
Oh, also I should mention I've been playing Yakuza 6 for a long time now. That game is the zaniest of them all. It is the least believable, most ridiculous.
Does that make it the most Yakuza?
Yes.
Then it's done.
Also, shockingly enough, minor spoilers for the gist of the plot. The game that, shockingly enough, the Triads are back, and so are the Koreans with the Jingwon, right? The plot will eventually devolve into, I shit you not, an actual goddamn race war.
Okay.
And it gets fucking heavy.
Okay.
Which I was not ready for. But then, stupid shit. Like, oh my god, that series is so fucking weird. It is so fucking weird. And you always have to remember, every second that you're playing it, this was made by a very Japanese team who are pals with the Yakuza. You have to remember that
lens.
context.
Yes.
That the lead director of this game is friends with the Yakuza being depicted in this game.
And however they feel about those other people.
How those other people are being sneaky.
Okay.
And stealing our women.
Signed off. Approved.
Yes. Big Sega stamp on it.
Like the end of Endgame, they had big dramatic credits where real life Yakuza bosses had a massive signature to say that they approve of the depiction.
Oh, man. And last but not least,
okay.
I have good news for all of you Warframe / JoJo fans. Due to some incessant nagging by yours truly and many others, Space Mom has now fully bought the fuck in to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure and has been diving through episodes at a rate of like 20 a day.
Who's Space Mom?
Space Mom is Ms. Rebecca Ford of Digital Extremes.
Cool.
She's the voice and face of the Lotus, as well as the longtime super awesome community manager over at Digital Extremes for Warframe.
Okay.
She is Space Mom. Her and Steve are essentially the faces of Warframe.
I like that naming convention.
Yeah. And I have on good authority that, quote, I will get JoJo shit into Warframe if it's or die trying. So have fun, everybody, with that shit. TennoCon will probably be very stupid this year.
Even if it's tangentially, I'd like to say that if the legacy of the podcast's influence on that game ends up being
getting stands in the Warframe
frame fighter and then stands, yeah, that's not so bad. That's all right. Okay, well,
there's something about like Space Mom from the future walking around the office yelling Joseph Joestar at people apropos of shit all that is hilarious. And I feel very proud to have paved even a small part of that fucking future.
If you tell me that there's a frame that can control a minuscule amount of water in a mile-long radius and use it to fight.
Well, here's the thing. I hope Rebecca isn't listening to this right now, but there is a stand that they so apparently nobody at Digital Extremes really knows about JoJo because this is unknown, but they created the world as a frame. There is a frame that has the world's entire power set.
Okay.
Down to being able to throw knives and stop them in a time bubble.
That's not real.
That is so real. You can go look it up, type in Limbo, the world.
No, what I mean
Warframe.
is it's not real that nobody knew what it was. That's a deadly premonition moment of what is David Lynch. I don't understand who that is.
I don't know what to tell you.
But does it
It does not.
Is there a road roller?
Warframes don't talk.
Is there a moment? Does there a gesture where it leans back and shakes?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, that's a lie. You've been lied to.
Maybe no. This one has a top hat.
You've been lied to. You've been lied to. Someone is absolutely.
I'm just saying.
Well, all right.
I don't think Steve has seen it either. So
interesting. I will transition off of your. I
just got afeared for a second because, we're like, oh, we brought something positive to I'm like, what if this somehow ruins Warframe? Does that make it my fault?
100%. Stand on that right now.
Oh, no.
Declare it openly and in advance.
Oh, no.
This gamble might actually ruin the game.
Oh, what if it... Oh, no.
It's an online game. They can roll it back.
Well, if you want to see me ruin more things, you can check me out at twitch.tv/AngrisPat. I got Eyepatch Wolf at the house tomorrow night, who is refusing to play Third Strike. I swear to God. It's got to be at MagFest. It's got to be a big event.
He's a good man. He's a good man.
He's a coward bitch is what he is.
He's handsome.
He's so handsome. You know what was very funny talking to him yesterday? He was scared by all the prostitutes. So he was telling me yesterday, so what he does when he touches down in this is going to be a lot funnier for Montrealers, but he touches down in a new city and he gets like tensed up after doing a flight. So what he does whenever he gets off a flight is he looks up local massage places to get a back rub to feel better. And he did that here, only to discover,
there's
all whores.
Yes, well, we had
oops, all whores.
I helped to clarify that by explaining that here we have masseuse and masseur.
Yeah.
And there are signs basically advertising massagers and massage therapists.
Yes.
You want to go for the one that says massage therapist.
Physiotherapist, whatever,
If you go for the one that says massager, you might find yourself getting a little tingle
And he was like
of a happy ending.
he was like straight up like kind of nervous and scared talking to me about it because he is so Irish.
Yes. And big
We
shame.
don't have those in Ireland.
Yes, big shame. He's like, I believe the line was, strip clubs in Ireland are ashamed of their existence.
Yeah.
And like here, we couldn't be more loud and proud about it because fuck the church.
It still kind of bums me out that Club Super Sex is gone. Not because I want to go there, but because it was a nice fixture. The sign was pretty.
Quebec is a really, really interesting dive into fuck the church as not a country, but as a world within another country that's also like, church is fine.
Yeah.
But here in this part, fuck the church. Aggressively so.
What does the church not like? Let's do it.
Yeah. To the point where it's like...
You want to not get married and have a bunch of kids? Fuck yeah! Screw you, father.
To the point where it's almost like, what about human rights a little bit? Fuck the church. Yeah. They're aggressive with it. So, anyway, I'll take the baton and segue, not from your last two topics, but from the one before that, where in John Wick, speaking of fanboys of badass murderers that you are looking at as the protagonist, revisited Katana Zero.
Yeah, that guy kills a lot of people.
Sure does. And remember that guy, the other guy? Remember that fanboy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy's a jerk.
Sounded very similar to what you kind of described
earlier.
A little bit. Playing that on stream, got to experience how uncomfortable that game can make people. That game has a lot of uncomfortable scenes, and I remember watching them and kind of going, oh yeah, there's a lot of people that don't know how brutal this game gets. Mm-hmm. It was really interesting because I popped it in, and I had already beaten it, so I was like, yep, just going to do another run through, see how it goes.
It's a fun game to play.
There's a really great speedrun mode that lets you turn on and off all kinds of things so that you can, if you want to, go from gameplay to gameplay to gameplay uninterrupted.
I think even better than that is that in the main game, characters will animate during cutscenes, and so when you load into the level, they'll be in slightly different positions. Speedrun mode's like, no, they're going to start at this spot, and this spot, and this spot, 100% of the time, every time.
Consistent and set, yes. So going back through, but I didn't do speedrun mode because I asked the chat, I was like, how many of you guys have
saw this shit,
touched or seen this game already? To which an overwhelming majority were like, I've never seen this before.
Yo, that game's cool. You should get it. It's
and I
really
went,
good.
Oh, fuck no. Not like this. So I'm like, all right, we're going to go in. I'm going to do some of the story, but I'm going to do this differently.
Don't talk to him.
I decided to do to make decisions I didn't make on my own, and in some cases that led to major scenes of plot being completely avoided and not seen. And it's like, guess what? Go purchase this video game. It's good.
It's really good.
If you want to see the conversation I skipped, go buy it. It's worth it. It's really good.
Hey, let me ask you a question. In the first time through the game, did you talk to that guy? That guy that you're not supposed to talk to? Sure did. That was a pretty interesting fallout from that.
Yeah, it was. It's almost as if
I was supposed to talk to that guy because he had something that I should have heard.
But I didn't do that on stream.
No.
So the thing that you probably want to see, you should go purchase the game and find out.
Because that guy starts saying... It's really fascinating because even if I had never intended to listen to him, I'm going to be a big murderer. He starts saying some crazy shit the instant you see him.
I'm like going into shill overtime on this. Like Dev showed up in the chat and I was like, hey, what's up, dude? But like it really is like this is a hard on my games of the year list.
Yeah,
like
it's fantastic.
Easily one of the best games I've played all fucking year, and that's up there with Devil May Cry 5.
Yep.
And
think about it.
Other great things.
Yes.
So, yes, do it. So anyway, that was fun, and I'm going back through that, and yeah, there's a secret boss, which the conditions I was kind of following through were almost perfect for getting to that secret boss. So I'm gonna be revisiting.
Is it storyline conditions to reach the secret boss?
Yes.
Okay.
So things that you do can create the ultimate perfect moment. Mm-hmm. So there's that. I took a look at Baba Is You.
I heard about you taking a look at that. Apparently you turned into Paige for a while.
Well, I mean, it's the kind of game that I imagine does that to anybody because that's the nature of how it works. And it also brings out minute speak.
Is it the kind of game where you're looking at it and everyone can see the solution but you?
I mean, sometimes. Other times everyone is making terrible suggestions for solutions because they don't understand what the game is, right? Like, people are going, like, pull the block. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking? You don't understand what you're looking at. You're like, oh, yeah, you think that watching a block, it looks like it's getting pulled, but that's undo. There's only a put, you know what I mean? So anyway, all that to say that I very quickly realized, of course, that in order to do this fairly, I had to just ignore chat.
Oh, yeah.
Like, entirely. So,
you know what's a really good thing to do? Say you're ignoring chat, struggle for a little bit, and then... I totally figured it out.
No, I am back.
There's a little trick.
Well, I didn't take that advice because I did it legit, and you can tell because... I blitzed through and crushed a bunch of those levels, and then I hit like absolute walls and was stuck on them for embarrassing amounts of time, and eventually brute forced it and got my way and made my way out. But no, brute forced it as in like I had to. People watched me walk through my logic path in my brain, and it was really interesting because I basically had to go like. After trying everything that I could come up with in this type of puzzle game,
let's break it down to the total basics.
Let's undo all assumptions I have about this video game, right? And take it back to step one. And then I would go through each one of them and go, I assumed that this because I saw that. Is this true? If not, then
and then eventually you hit
reassess.
the one that your assumption is wrong, and you go, oh.
Yeah. You're like, I never thought about trying this because I assumed A, based on seeing A in previous levels, it turns out that it's actually B. And like, you have to take it to that granular level because the game mechanic is fucking brilliant, and I don't want to spoil it on this podcast. If you haven't played Baba Is You...
The trailer makes it pretty clear that
I didn't watch a trailer.
Oh, the trailer is just him pushing a block from one statement to another.
Okay. Well, I didn't watch any trailers. I just downloaded and booted. And I'm happy I did it that way because playing cold was really satisfying. You have that moment when you play a puzzle game where you're like, whatever your mechanic is, I better in 1 second, not in 1 second, in the moment that it clicks, feel the infinite potential oozing off of it.
Yeah.
And it happened right here. You know, I did it and I went, oh, yup, this can become something incredible and frustrating and beautiful and hard and pulling out your hair like insane fucking grinding against the wall difficult. So had a really good time. Highly recommend it. Go play Baba Is You. And it gets pretty hard in pretty short order. At least I ended the stream on a puzzle that took almost as much time as it took to get there.
Yeah.
You know, and eventually did solve it and went, I have to stop. My brain is now mush.
I remember back when I played the Portal games, and back when I saw Paige go through the Portal games, it's like, it really does feel like your brain has like a finite number of like puzzle solving juice in it. And you hit a point after a couple hours in which your thought process is not what it was when you started.
Oh yeah, it's not working anymore.
Clean. It's not logical in some cases.
It's flat. You fizzed out. The fizz is gone.
Yeah.
Your soda's now flat. And you're trying to use it and it's just not fucking working. And
you hit the point where you've done so many puzzles in a row and you're like, yeah, and then you take the square peg and you try and put it in the round hole and it doesn't work and you go, but what if it did though?
Yeah.
And that's usually when you should probably stop.
And it especially sounds great because this is a game where, like I said, language devolves into minute speak.
Yes.
So coin keep.
No coin.
No. Big go. Left. No, left is and like that starts becoming your actual train of thought on things, which sometimes helps and sometimes doesn't. But you have to basically know when to call it quits. Fantastic puzzle game. Definitely going back to it. But considering the place I stopped at, the next stream might be one room. It might be one fucking room, and then we move on from there. So Really, really great game. I grabbed it on Switch. I'm not sure what else it's on.
It's on PC at least. I know. I've seen it show up on my wish list.
Yeah, Baba is you. So I took a look at that. I also got some time in on that Granblue Fantasy Versus.
There's been a shit ton of Japanese games just throwing beta codes out to the wild.
At the same time.
Neo, Code Vein, and Granblue all just like, fuck it.
At the same time.
And the consensus seems to be, Neo, nah, Code Vein, and Granblue.
Granblue, yeah. Granblue, yeah. I basically got about an hour and a half, 2 hours of game in. And enough matches, and I recorded them, so I'm going to put out a video on it with some more thoughts. But there was enough matches to go from literally what does what and you have to fight live. There's no offline play. There's no training mode.
Oh, back in the old days.
Yeah. This is the only way to play a match is against a human being.
Oh, that's good. I love it.
So, like, trial by fire.
Learn!
Yeah. All right, live fire exercise, if you would, right?
Toss that sun off that cliff.
Get your move list practice in while the match is going.
Yeah.
See what it does. See what happens. And I did, and like basically formulated the seed of a game plan with the character that I picked in the span of that video, and went from getting nowhere to getting somewhere. And it's interesting to see that process. So I by the end ended up really liking what I was feeling from the matches I played. The world is very pretty. The cast is very pretty. The money is very pretty.
The ArcSys art style continues to evolve with the addition of cash money, man.
Yep.
Every time I saw that game, I went, wow, that looks immaculate.
Yes. The ArcSys sort of gameplay first design brand crossing over with the Cygames cash rules everything around me philosophy come together for some very, very pretty fantasy animes.
So I knew there was going to be, this is going to be slightly inside, and it's going to refer to a tweet that I don't remember, but it was an artist's tweet, obviously, because they would know better about this than me. But the girl with the whip,
yes,
right? She has bare arms.
She's a ghost,
right? She's a ghost.
She's a ghost.
Okay, well, that's cool.
She looks like Fran.
It says a lot about the game's art style and attention to money. I'm not gonna say detail. Attention to money. Mm-hmm. There's a shot where she like holds her arm over her head, and you can actually see like the pec minor stretch over like part of the armpit to the shoulder girdle. And it's like, with the anime shading. And it's like, one bothers to show inter-shoulder musculature on anime.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit about details like that? Apparently the money does.
Yeah, you didn't think you were going to get into those armpits, but there they are.
Well, you know what I mean,
yeah.
Woolie.
Well, there they are. You're not the only one.
Do you not follow artists that show like, hey, when somebody shrugs their shoulders, their lats should be dipped and not, stuff like that?
I absolutely do, but you're also accidentally touching on a subject that people got really into.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No.
Okay. They like those pits, man.
I don't like this.
They dug them. You know what's inside those pits? Money. Tell you what, though.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, the attention to anatomy on anime characters is crazy.
So the level of Genero, like anime fantasy.
Yeah, that's the only thing about it.
Is excessive to high.
I don't know who the main character's name is.
His name is Gran.
His name is...
Yes.
Because that is an anime boy.
So I thought that the most like Genero fantasy you could get was the cast of what was it called with Deathbringer?
Battle Fantasia.
And even that game had some fun wild cards thrown in, like Face and...
God, you know how generic the cast of fucking Battle Fantasia is? We were hanging out with the other Pat, and he saw Deathbringer and said, what's his name, Deathbringer? And you went, yeah!
His name is Deathbringer! Yeah, exactly. So, and it, like we have wild characters like in it, like the little Pope boy and the big pirate, and then Face the gunman. But you generally have the most generic fantasy things you could ever imagine. And in this case, now, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus is hard.
You have anime boy, anime girl, anime ghost, anime potato,
anime bishi, and anime lolly.
No, that's the potato.
Oh, okay.
She's a Lalafell from 14. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, and she's Lalafell, right?
Yes.
And then
yes,
but she also is.
I have actually gone the whole time playing that game and never put it together, and now I hate you.
There you go. And she Suns all over the place.
Of course.
So what was really fun was playing that alongside someone who's hard addicted to that gacha shit, who was explaining, oh yeah, that's going on over here.
I need to grab one of these people. I have one in mind who I know is real deep into the gacha shit.
Yeah.
And just be like, I don't get it, man.
Yeah.
What is the deal?
Yeah, what's with the Gran? What's going on here?
Why?
Mm-hmm. But it's your fucking, it's cash fantasy, man. It's like, it's the cleanest. Your armor is never stained. Your capes are always billowing.
It is what I think of.
Adventure calls to you.
It is what I think of when I think of anime fantasy.
Yeah.
Like what I would mean is I would think of anime fantasy and open my eyes and see Grand Blue and would go, yeah, that's close enough.
Because take a fantasy, right? Take an anime fantasy adventure, then you send your characters on it, and they go and they do their questing and whatever, but at all times they need to appear dateable.
Yes.
This is the lens you have to frame the whole world in.
They must all be potential waifu candidates.
Everyone has to go on that adventure to save the world and slay the monsters, but also be extremely dateable at all times.
Yeah. The worst you can see is a scuff and a sweat.
That being said, as a fighting game, shit's is doing it.
You telling me it's an Arxis fighting game?
Here's what it is, dude. It's an Arxis fighting game, but it's footsie based. And
what? They don't do that.
It's literally about normals, and it is not fast. It's quite deliberate.
That sounds awesome.
And
I love footsies.
Yeah, and it's slow, and you've got
a lot of neutral.
You've got neutral. Anime
fighting games don't have neutral.
You've got some real neutral going. Oh, it's got Nooch. Yeah, it's got Nooch, bro.
It's got some Nooch.
It's got Nooch. Big Nooch. And
you use the footsie in the Nooch.
Yep. And I happen to pick a character.
And you get that meaty Nooch.
I happen to pick a character that's based on blowing up your bad Nooch. So I really, really liked what I felt about it. I liked the fact that the answer to like certain special moves, like eventually I got some good games in against like my friend who like fucking crushes these anime games.
Yeah.
And you basically the answer to some situations where like you're like fighting a really oppressive character was a well-placed normal. Right? A well-placed button crushed the game.
My crouching strong really blew up your offense.
It literally did.
What is this? This is not an Arxis game.
So
I don't know what you're talking about.
They're putting and I mean, it's got focus attacks in it, right? It's like there's universal overheads.
Is this Street Fighter? Did Arxis make a fucking gacha Street Fighter?
I think they're taking a crack at a non-anime playing anime game. I think
the most anime thing they've ever animated.
Yes.
You know what? They just did DBZ Fighters.
They're taking a crack at something more Street Fighter. But the most non-Street Fighter, an interesting thing you'll notice right away is how meter works.
Okay.
Meter builds, and you build up to get a super or a level 3 super if you're about to die.
Fatal Fury-ish.
Moves and EX moves do not cost any of that bar whatsoever.
Wait. Well, then what's the difference between a move and an EX move?
I mean, you do a move, and you do it.
Yeah.
An EX move is a better version of that move.
Okay.
But those are on their own cooldown timers.
Oh, they're doing the cooldown stuff.
So you got 4 cooldowns next to your character's life bar.
You know what gacha games have?
Cooldowns.
It makes them comfy.
Big cooldowns for your moves, and now you can't do it.
I am fascinated to see things from Rising Thunder.
Rising fucking Thunder, dude.
Being incorporated into this, because I do like... The one thing I really, really liked about Rising Thunder's cooldown system was that if you were in a situation where a guy was jumping in on you and keeping you in the corner, and use what was her name, Dauntless,
Dust Breaker,
to power through it, and the guy got you right back into that corner instantly, and kept doing that pressure. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to get out for free every time because you fucked up by not actually escaping.
Now you got a block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got your get out of jail free card and you used it,
You spent it.
and you fucking wasted it.
Yeah. Yeah. So pretty interesting to see what amounts to, in my brain, Riot going, League of Fighters, I don't want it. And then Arxis being like,
we'll take it.
dusting it off and putting it in their system, and then also injecting cash money into it.
All right, so if we're gonna get Grand Blue the fighting game, give money to the fighting game, I want it to give so much money that like Evo becomes uncomfortable. Like the whole event is sponsored by Grand Blue Fantasy.
Oh yeah.
Like the commentators are wearing Grand Blue Fantasy ties during other commentating event. Like,
just push Street Fighter out of its slot.
Yes.
Yeah. Fuck all y'all. When's Grabble? It's Grabble time, baby.
And it's like, and like they're interviewing like Mr. Wizard about like, why did you push Grand Blue Fantasy versus to the top out of Street Fighter? Street Fighter's an ancient game, and Mr. Wizard standing there and head to toe in Grand Blue Fantasy merch and holding a big cartoon bag of money, going, we really thought it was time for Street Fighter to move to spot number 2.
We're really looking forward to, and we're very excited to work with Cygames. We're looking forward to this partnership and committing to what
and then a guy comes over and gives him a second big bag of money, and he remembers.
Yep.
And he goes, looking forward to a wonderful and long-term relationship
Prosperous.
with Grand Blue Fantasy Versus as the mainstay of Evo, which has always been about Grand Blue Fantasy Versus.
Yep.
The history of Evo is the history of Grand Blue. Battle by the Bay, you know what's blue? The ocean. The bay is in the ocean. Evo's about Grand Blue.
Grabble up, motherfuckers.
Grabble? That's
Grabble.
Oh, that's terrible.
Good. So here, let me break it down for you. Guran Buru.
Got it.
Got there.
As long as we're not saying Blay Blue anymore.
Yeah. Bure Buru. Yeah, Grabble. We're grabbling up. Good game.
The important thing is that it's good, because the shit that we're talking about is actually going to happen to some degree, whether the game is bad or not. So hopefully it better be good.
It better be good, because if
not, it's going to get really awkward.
That Samurai Showdown factor we talked about, it's like, now it's coming way harder, and the money's behind it, and whether you like it or not, it's going to take this spot.
Hey, I want to ask you about Samurai Showdown. Whose dick did you suck over at SNK to get Darli to have a Galactica Phantom?
That's news. We'll get there.
Oh, that's news?
We'll get there.
Okay, about whose?
About which penis?
Yeah, which penis it was?
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
We'll cover that. We'll cover that on the docket. Yeah. So Grand Blue Fantasy Versus was fantastic. Quite a fun game, and it's great to know that, quite frankly, I can now welcome my Cygames overlords.
Yes.
With open arms, because the game is good.
Is that a Chinese company?
They're everything.
Okay.
Part Korean, part everything.
Because I'm just saying, like, Asia's getting in there. Like Tencent and Cygames and all them they're getting in there. They're spreading that money around.
Oh yeah.
And so far it hasn't been that disastrous. So far it's actually been kind of cool.
Yeah, the hostile takeover of the FGC by Cygames was destined to happen.
Yeah.
At least we can feel good about it, because mechanically we're solid.
Can we get Mike Ross to speak on the takeover of the FGC by Cygames?
I mean, he recently appeared on the esports podcast with Slasher and Gutex, and he's still pretty like, I'm out. He's still pretty out, you know.
See, I'm torn, because I fucking love Mike Ross.
Everyone does.
I fucking love Mike Ross.
Everyone does.
I met Mike Ross once, and he was such a nice man.
He's great. He's pleasant, and he's the people's champ.
And I just want him to come back and be Mike Ross again.
Well, that's kind of the problem.
Because he's not Mike Ross anymore?
He's trying to find Mike Ross right now.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
I really don't know what that means.
I feel like he was in a situation where outside expectations of what he was supposed to do with his FGC presence kind of led to him being like, I'm not having fun here, and I need to go do me.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. I think
is Gutex still future Gutex?
Well, no, because the present has caught up.
Oh, the present caught up to future.
So
Gutex?
now he's back to being Gutex.
Does that mean he's gonna leave to go to the past soon?
No, it means that when the future comes and the present becomes the future, he will stay and he will then become past Gutex.
Okay.
He's a man outside of time.
Until the new future Gutex arrives from the new future.
That's the problem with being future Gutex, is that you get locked into that frame, and as the present comes and passes, you become past Gutex.
That's unfortunate.
A man searching for a way back to the past. Samurai Jack.
Yeah.
All right. That became nonsense.
Apparently, Sam Show has like a shit ton of input lag in its current form.
We were playing.
It has like 8+ frames. Of input lag.
We were playing on pack setups that were not on great TVs.
Yeah.
And I chalked up just about all of it to the TVs we were on.
Yeah.
I can't say for sure.
There's some latencyy nerds running tests on it, and apparently it's at like 8 frames.
I can't say for sure. I mean, the game is slow and precise, so it's not Marvel.
Yeah.
But I will say that like I felt it, but I really thought it was because we were on bad TVs.
Here's hoping they turn it down, because with counter hits that do 90% of your life, I don't want to have to deal with latency.
And I would say that as a rule of thumb for anybody going to trade shows or playing fighting games at like New York Comic Con or something like that.
The vast majority of the time they're on the wrong TV.
Guess what? You're on a TV that's probably not even on game mode.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a bummer.
The people setting up might not have taken that into account. And
you know what's fascinating? I remember when we played Dive Kick at E3 and I played a game of Dive Kick against Dave Lang. I vividly remember it being hyper responsive because it was on the right type of TV for fucking Dive Kick. But that was because oh god, why am my name blanking out? Not Dave Lang,
Keats?
But Keats. Yeah, Keats was probably running that and making sure.
Oh yeah.
Where's Keats at now?
Keats is I don't know.
Because he should be making fighting games.
Yeah, I think he's up to stuff. I'm not sure.
Keats, if you can hear us, where are you at? Tell us you're doing something cool.
I know that he stepped away from UFGT in order to focus on games, so I'm not too sure, but he's out there. He's tweeting.
Do you think Dave Lang's Ghost is going to host Devolver's show this year?
I think they're going to bind his ghost to the show that it may not leave.
Yeah.
And he will be forced into subservience.
You know, I've been watching E3 stuff for a long time. I probably think that is the funniest I have ever... the hardest I've ever laughed at anything to do with E3, which is live from the Dave Lang Memorial Center. Rest in peace, Dave Lang.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much the deal. I mean, there were other topics, like I've been fucking, as you might have overheard, like the deep dive into Terrace House.
Yeah, it has begun.
AKA Terrace House has begun, and the cynical watch with arms crossed going, all right, let's find about what passive small Japanese drama and inconvenience, the lowest stakes ever, let's find out what the deal is, and let's see these commentators tell us how to feel about it.
Yeah.
And I'm in. And I'm like, yeah, all right,
there's something to be said for something that's good enough that when you're sitting there with your arms crossed getting ready for the Spite Watch, that you come off going, that's pretty good.
Yep. The Spite Watch completely turned around to the point where the thing that I hated the most was the cut to the reaction commentary.
Yeah.
Because that's the most Japanese thing ever.
I gotta see how the celebrity's reacting to the fucking whatever.
And like the way it's not picture in picture, it's just like interstitials in between the segments. And I'm like, God damn it, some of these fuckers are making me laugh. I'm actually like okay with it. I don't know. The Spite Watch turned around on me, so I got in. And have been enjoying that. And it's definitely in that sort of like, you're like, oh fuck, now I have to know who left the dishes out. How are we gonna solve? Like, I can't wait till next episode. I have to know now.
Then the next time it's like, wait, who knocked over the trash bin and then didn't pick it up?
And we start with the recap over like the entire dish fiasco, because we all know that whoever makes the food is not going to... Oh, wind is blowing. Very strong. It's okay. All right, wind. Whoever
It
makes
sounded like somebody had climbed up to your window and was like breaking in.
it did, which is hence the alarm. But no, it's just wind blowing. It's okay. Until you find out who makes the food, you can't quite discern who's not guilty, because the person who makes the food is not responsible for the dishes after all. That's just common courtesy, as we all know. Anyway.
And then it turns into a death game. No?
No.
All right.
Anyway, so that's fun. And yeah, also went out to a MK11 local, and the spirit crushing has already begun.
Yeah.
I'm quite proud to announce that my pick, as much as it's a roll of the dice, my pick in this game has turned out to be low tier garbage.
Once again.
Yep. So you
have
never
bad
know.
luck with this.
Yeah, I have. Sometimes I have good luck. So you never know. You never know, right?
Back at CVS2 time, you had some good ass.
That was
luck.
the best luck. In Tekken, it turned out all right.
Yeah, it did.
It turned out all right. It was pretty moderate in Street Fighter for the most part. Third Strike, it turned out great. But in this context, Kotal Khan is not doing me any favors.
Well, you know what? I have to ask you, did you play through that story mode?
No, because I'm going to be doing that on my channel with Reggie soon.
Okay, because Kotal Khan doesn't do himself any favors.
I know. We're going to be going into that soon. Anyway, so yeah, that was a thing. And yeah, exactly. So I'll use that as the lead-in and say that to check out more of this type of content and such, if you want to hear more about Baba Is You and Grand Blue Versus and Grabble, as we say. And
that feels nice. I like this win.
Yeah, it's a nice little breeze. But what did I just bring up? Mortal Kombat 11.
Yeah.
Then yeah, check out Woolie Versus on Twitch and on YouTube. Gonna be doing those games. And of course, as one handsome Irish motherfucker happens to be in town,
He is.
You best believe we will be sitting down and
Making out.
recording our
Okay.
makeouts.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So
It's just there's a game playing on the B-roll demo, and it's just 22 minutes.
beard rustling.
That's awful.
We gotta get this.
Hey, you know what? I'm bad at MK11, and I don't particularly like MK11. But boy, howdy, that Shang Tsung trailer is the hottest shit I have ever seen.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because let me take a relevant word from a sponsor.
Let's do it.
I would like to bring up, for those who are not in the know, there's as we've talked about RTX. We're going to be heading down to Rooster Teeth, Austin, hanging out, doing our thing, and it just so happens that at RTX there is going to be the E-League Cross Mortal Kombat 11 Arena at RTX Austin, presented by AT&T Fiber Online Qualifiers this June.
Really?
Yeah. So there is an event going down right now. It's an online tournament. Registration is now open on eleague.com/battlefy, where you can compete for your chance to win cash prizes, a trip to RTX Austin, and your first chance to win. Your first chance to win your way over to RTX is June 1st. So you can head on over to eleague.com/battlefy to register now. So the way they're doing
Does
this,
the grand prize winner get to take the souls of the loser?
that is still to be determined.
All right.
But in the meantime, there will be a series of online tournaments happening on set dates. Now, in particular, the fun thing about some of these tournaments is that they're more or less kind of being hosted / sponsored by people. And yours truly, over at Woolie Versus, has agreed I'm going to be hosting the tournament taking place for Mortal Kombat 11 for the E-League Battlefy tournament on the 16th of this month.
That's the 16th of June.
June 16th, exactly. So if you head on over to eleague.com/battlefy and you sign up to enter in the online Mortal Kombat tournament, the Woolie Versus bracket will be
That's weird.
the 16th of June, and the winner of that, well, of course, coming down to the big grand finals at RTX, is going to be more or less, I'm going to be your personal hype man.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So if you win, I will be at RTX with you. I'm going to tense those shoulders
Listen,
up.
man, you're representing your bracket.
Yep.
You better win.
That's it, right? If you are in and if you do well and if you make it out, I'm going to be your personal MK11 hype man. I'm right there with you.
That's a really good way to organize that kind
Right?
of thing.
And you'll be going up against the other winners of the brackets, and I'll give you my strategies. I'll give you my best coaching tips and frame data to
from this man who plays low tier garbage.
Yes, renowned champion Woolie of Woolie Versus will be giving you all the information you need to take on who knows what kind of other gods of Netherrealm might be present.
Oh, you telling me Sonic Fox has a bracket?
But
Oh, that's not. Oh.
but we will find out.
Oh, no.
We will find out more shortly. But this is some fun stuff going down, and I'm super happy to be checking it out. So yeah, the tournament's free to enter, open to anybody who meets the eligibility requirements. So if you're over 18 and from the like regions where it applies, then you can enter. Cash prizes as well as the RTX trip. That's what you're going to be winning. There's also prizes via raffles for all participants who compete. So even if you don't win your matches, there's other types of prizes as well. And yeah, like again, if you want Woolie as your personal fucking, I'm there to.
You have to enter and you have to win.
I will be behind you. If you would like, I can scream at your opponents and make all kinds of a ruckus, or
within the
rules, or I can just silently lend you my energy.
Yes.
And do whatever it takes to get you
and
through this tournament.
A couple variations in between.
There you go. And yeah, and of course this tournament is brought to you by AT&T. Get fiber fast internet and stay ahead of the competition. So, Battlefy, E-League, MK11, RTX, Woolie Versus, June 16th. Check it out. I'm going to be around. And if you're interested, sign up and show me what you got. And who knows, I might even be down for a few sets. I might change characters, though.
Yeah, change characters.
I might pick Gyros. Yeah. I really like Gyros. He's a cool guy.
He's cool.
He's a cool big guy.
Yeah.
He has time stop.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
But yeah, thank you to Rooster Teeth, E-League, AT&T, Mortal Kombat, Battlefy, all of y'all.
Ed Boon.
Cheers.
Personally.
That's, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, that's it.
Thanks, guys.
So, if you want to springboard off of that.
Yeah, that Shang Tsung trailer's unbelievable. One, getting the actor from the movie. Fucking A+ thumbs up. Perfect. Dude looks great.
Yeah.
Your soul is mine. That has always been the image of Shang Tsung in my head ever since that movie came out.
I love the full-on lock and hard acknowledgement that this is now Shang Tsung. We're not doing the young. We're not doing...
Yeah.
Oh, like, there's the old man version in the crypt, but it is 100% confirmed that, like, no, we're doing movie Shang Tsung.
Yeah.
Which is... Yeah, that's what everyone wants.
The best version of Shang Tsung.
That's what everyone wants.
Your soul is mine.
And now a taste of things to come.
Dude... So all the classic ninjas being gone, except for Sub and Scorpy, right? That sucked. But they finally did it. They finally figured out a way to make Shang Tsung use his transformation powers in a 3D match. And it's so simple. Just make them all palette swaps of each other. Of course. He's changing into... Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Reptile, Ermac, Rain.
Yeah.
Fucking Rain.
Of course, the swerve on him being the old man from the crypt, and then turning into movie Shang Tsung is fantastic as well. Because you expected, like, oh, we already have the model. It's right there.
Yeah, old man Shang Tsung is the way to go.
That's not what you're getting. So that's all fun. That's all fine and dandy. And you get to see him, turn into all the old fucking Shotokan, not Shotokan.
The old ninjas.
Not Lin Kuei. Anyway, the old ninjas.
The MK1 versions of each of the ninjas, really. MK2, sorry.
With the goofy shoulder blades.
Yeah, I love it.
Fantastic. So you have that. But then the trailer also, of course, confirms that this is the first character of the season of DLC we're getting for Mortal Kombat.
Which means that those leaks about what characters are coming is the super realist.
Yeah, and there, and I mean, is it really considered a leak when people are fucking tweeting?
Yeah, it got weird. It got super weird. We get ready for Terminator and Spawn.
Well, here's what we can confirm that we can get ready for, because end of the trailer, they drop it. They go, Shang Tsung.
He's
ba-bam.
coming.
Nightwolf.
He's cool. He's
ba-bam.
got axes.
Sindel.
What? All
Hair.
right. People care.
Spawn.
Spawn's the most appropriate character they've ever had as a guest.
He's gonna have his moveset from Soul Calibur.
And 2 more, which is Terminator and someone else. I forget who.
Well, it's funny because as 2 more guests were teased, and then suddenly, one Bruce Campbell just retweets the fucking trailer and goes, "Wow, what a mighty fun
Hot
game!"
off his appearance in Dead by Daylight, I should add.
I should check this game out, says Bruce Campbell out of nowhere. Dude, come on. Like, Ash is
so perfect.
Such a good pick. Such a good pick. I got it. Like, I mentioned it before, but I never would have considered, in all the villains and monsters that they pulled in, I never thought about the monster killer.
Yeah.
You know? The other way around. Because you don't often get that. Like, you'd never think of God, what's her name?
You're doing it, man.
FGC awesome. God damn.
You're doing it.
Halloween.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
You'd never think of pulling Jamie Lee Curtis as Jamie Lee Curtis in a fighting game. You know what I mean? You never think of putting in like the protagonist from many of these horror movies.
Yeah. Well, except for Ash.
But fucking Ash is the one
Ash
you
has
do.
a boomstick and a chainsaw.
Yeah. And his moveset writes itself.
I really want Terminator to be Terminator 1 Terminator.
That'd be fun.
Because Terminator 1 looks like kind of a jackass now, and 2 is scary and evil.
It's probably not going to be that.
It's probably going to be T2.
T2 with the face ripped open.
Yeah, probably.
But Ash might have little mini Ashes that come out and attack you. And that might be fun. As a variant.
Oh, man, that's cool.
How about that?
Oh, man.
So variant 1, like, is that, and variant 2 is just, like, the tree branches fucking trying to grab you and shit.
This confirms that Jamie Lee Curtis does, in fact, exist in the Mortal Kombat universe.
In theory.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mortal Kombat's guest characters have really linked up a bunch of shit. Like...
And if you really want to bring over Scorpion as the branch to Injustice, then you got a whole other set.
Yeah, you got
Ninja Turtles
all
in there.
DC. Man. Well, you had Mortal Kombat versus DC, right?
Yeah.
So MK and DC are all in the same universe, including all the universes that connect to them, even tangentially.
We can't have this conversation.
We can have it every day.
We can't.
I can have it every day.
It's exhausting.
It's getting. Well, you know what? It's all owned by Disney anyway, so
that's true.
Yeah.
So that's fun, and yeah, I actually popped. I hadn't been touching it at all. I jumped into the crypt very briefly just to see what the mode even was. And I'm definitely just like, oh, I do not have the patience to deal with this.
There's a lot in there.
This currency nonsense is the least interesting thing in the world to me. I have no desire to go fucking deal with that, so I won't. And I shan't be returning.
He shan't.
That is done. I don't know if those things have been fixed yet. If the towers, I don't know what the state of that is.
So since I follow Max on Twitter, I do know that they have been improved somewhat, at least.
Okay,
but I don't know if they kept working on them.
Sounds pretty abysmal. Not a fan of that, but I am absolutely I am ignoring the fuck out of that. Right?
Doesn't seem good.
What seems to be nice about tournament mode in the versus play is costumes for your characters every time you enter that mode are random.
Cool.
So you have 2 set tournament variants, and they're gonna change up the costumes every time. So it'll be refreshing going in and getting whatever. So you have human Kotal or purple Kotal or regular Kotal and
That's
whatever.
Cool.
I'm like, oh yeah, okay, they thought.
And they're all gonna lose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, he really should have just replaced Shao Kahn, man. Why couldn't there be a goddamn warrior that showed up that was like, Shao Kahn was a bitch, I'm the new one.
That was what he was supposed to do.
And then he actually did
And
it.
when they wrote the comics, Kotal kicks ass up and down those comics.
It's so dumb.
He tears Goro's arms off. Think how crazy that is.
Like, if you bring about the Bison replacement, but then Bison just shows up and goes, LOL, nah. Then you're like, okay, well, okay. But then why do we even do this dance?
Why do we even make this character? Really? To job? Just to suffer?
Just to track Ryu around and yell devour hour?
That's right. Oh, Nikali got it bad. Wow, South American, like archetypes got it real bad this generation.
I happened to attach my horse to the wrong fucking carriage on that.
Like, ever since Ogre, because Ogre got it good. Ogre was the fucking be-all, end-all badass.
But then it got it bad because True Ogre sucks.
True Ogre does sucks.
So Ogre got it good until it got it bad. It's never gone good. War Gods is probably the best it's gone because it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, and then you're stuck playing War Gods.
Can I just get a like Incan slash
No.
I just God, what's the fucking other? What am I forgetting? Mayan. Incan slash Mayan fighting war god, cool type character design.
Nah.
That doesn't just bite it and or suck.
Nah.
Aztec. It's so cool. It's so cool looking.
Yeah, well.
Ancient Ogre is fucking great. Anyway, he does a hunting hawk, bro. Speaking of hunting hawks, did you see that really dumb random thing Harada tweeted? He's like, by the way, there's an arcade cabinet for Tekken Tag Tournament Turbo. A game that never came out or existed, but we have one cabinet and we're bringing it to EVO. And then
what is it?
And then he shows you footage of Tekken Tag Tournament Turbo.
What is it?
It's exactly what it sounds like. It's tag, but it's hyper. And
put that out.
Hwarang does like 8 hunting hawks on a dude and just juggles the shit out of them.
Put that
and it's
out,
fucking
dude.
wild.
Come on.
Yeah. It's kind of nuts. It's kind of nuts that they're just doing that.
Is that 4 T's?
TTTT. I mean, Tekken Tag Tournament 2 was already TTTT. So this is.
What about Tekken Tag Tournament 2 Turbo?
Well, if we ever get there, then we're at fucking 5T and
that's 5T.
We're pushing it real hard. We're going extreme on that. Who knows? TTTTTT?
That's ridiculous.
T6?
No, that's a... Wait. But that's how the games are named.
Yes, it is.
So confusing.
What if you add the to the beginning of it?
Shut up.
The Tekken
No,
Tag
that doesn't help because that's a T word.
2 Turbo.
It doesn't work.
Let me see if I can grab it real quick.
Grab them TTs.
It's really just the game running really fast.
That's it,
right? But it's not just running really fast. Like
the rules are stupid.
It's running really fast, but also allows you to do things that you couldn't do. So, like, shit just gets wild and fucking.
Oh, that's stupid.
Nonsensical.
Because everything's running fast except for the physics.
So you float. No, you float up and down faster too.
Then what?
But it just doesn't. The game is like, I don't know, man.
Shut up, just do it.
The rules are bent in some way, and it's up to you to figure out how. And if you want to actually play this, it's going to be at EVO.
I love jank fucking
official
turbo stupid fighting games, stuff like this. It's really dumb.
It's great. It's great. So anyway, that's going down. So we talked about Death Stranding. We talked about that. I guess.
Set your calendars for, was it November 8th or September 8th? I'll say September.
November 8th.
November 8th. Right in the middle of the dead center of the holiday season.
Someone pointed out to me that when you zoom in on the baby inside the womb, it starts on its head, but it didn't always start on the head. Mm-hmm. And apparently it looked really gross when it didn't start on the head.
Got it.
Anyway.
Babies are gross.
But they'll save your life when the fucking dead are hanging out.
Yeah, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Speaking of bridges, and perhaps the burning of them.
Let's talk about burning bridges. One of my favorite topics. Whose bridge got burned by what?
Well, a very sad bridge got burnt.
All right.
The bridge that leads us to Hoops Barkley.
Yeah.
Barkley 2 has been dead for a while. It's just been officially confirmed as of now.
Turns out Barkley 2 was kind of like a huge scam.
So, the accounts coming out...
I use the word scam, by the way, because one of the lead developers calls it a scam.
The account of the story is coming out. Essentially, Josh Bossy has posted on Twitter that Barkley 2 has been officially confirmed dead. I feel compelled to tell as many people as possible. Rip hoops. And we're watching screenshots of a forum post where insiders and people that worked on the game...
describing every single part of the game's development as fucked. Yeah. Capital F fucked.
So, I mean, I can't go into all of it, but I'll say things such as it opens on the idea that Chef
Boyardee.
Chef vanished from the project 2.5 years ago. Tried contacting him multiple times, haven't received a response. Bort left around the same time to be a family man. The Kickstarter was not necessary in hindsight. A majority of the work on this game was unpaid. Myself, Bort, and Chef, this is Horatio talking, were originally the Barkley 1 creators. I didn't join the Kickstarter with them because I was aware of the many problems that could and did arise. I asked to join the project 3 years after the Kickstarter had little money and was in shambles. They were committed to trying to finish the game, set back by horrible management. I ended up quitting. The person who owns TOG, which is Tales of Games, is running it now, has nothing to do with Barkley 1 and zero game dev experience. He's a PR guy for Tales of Games. When I quit, Lazarul also quit. We were the only 2 remaining who understood the technical inner workings of this game. Laz worked on the project from the start, pro bono, and was tired of the nonsense as well. There's no incentive for Tales of Games, quote unquote, or anyone attached to the Kickstarter to talk about this debacle.
They basically talk about how the Kickstarter was pointless because everyone who came onto the project was promised shares of future profits, which if you're being promised shares of future profits, usually you don't need a salary or you'll work a second job, whatever, because you're kicking in work to potentially big money later.
Effectively.
But as he describes, there's only so many fucking shares you can possibly give out to people as they come on the project. Eventually, you hit an obvious wall where there's no more money to promise in the future.
Yeah. The sad part about every time something like this goes down, like a Kickstarter, goes up and people are like, God damn it, there goes another one. It was from the era of hot Kickstarters, or where they were at least cooling off, but not quite cold.
This is, I want to say, the third one that I've been burned on. And if I remember correctly, Liam got burned on all 3 as well, which is this one, Unsung Story, and Project Phoenix.
Did Ghost Song ever come out?
You'll have to check your pledge on that because I didn't back that one.
Well, yeah.
Right?
Just
these things are dead.
So here's the thing. What you just did is exactly what I was about to say, is there's always a list that people go, God damn it, add it to the list. This one's going down just like that and that and that. And then at
everyone
some point,
has their own little list now, too.
Yeah, and I saw one where someone went like, God damn it, this is now dead. We'll probably never see the light of day, just like Drift Stage. And I'm like, what the fuck happened to Drift Stage? I didn't hear anything about that. Right? So then you're just like, wait, what am I going? And then you're playing catch up.
You should probably check in on Drift Stage.
Yeah. And then I'm like, I
have my Drift Stage t-shirt. I love it.
I really do. That record behind me is great. So I'm like, what? I didn't hear anything about what? And then, you're just kind of like now on this fucking thing of going like, God damn it, man. So Barkley... apparently going through dev hell.
I can confirm to all of you. I was talking to Wolf yesterday, or John, whichever, and he was like, "Oh, when's?" I can't do an Irish accent.
That's not even remotely close.
Pat. When's Bloodstained coming out? I'm like, next week, bro. And he's like, "Oh, wow, Pip, nailed it."
The point of whatever you're trying to say was lost.
Bloodstain's coming out next week, so we can at least... It'd be tough to cancel now.
Yes, it would.
It'd be tough to have that go away now.
So, yeah, it really does suck because you're looking at a case of what is being considered mismanagement and funds getting fucking kickstartered as it happens. And then there was another thread.
There's a reason why a lot of people felt way more comfortable kicking in money to Kickstarters from companies that already existed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot of people were disappointed with Broken Age, but that game did ship. Those Pillars games came out.
And so, meanwhile, the actual Tales of Games Twitter basically is kind of coming out and apologizing and kind of saying,
yeah, it's dead. It's really dead.
Yeah,
that's true.
Basically, the schism is the great. It says, "Yep, the project's dead," and the great TOG schism is pretty accurate. What you've read about it, basically. So it's like, yep, everyone kind of split and went their own ways. Money might have been taken,
all right,
or at the very least burnt.
Now give the money back.
Well, that's the question, right? It's like, was the money, and what they basically said is like the people that backed it are owed at the very least a proof that the game exists, whether that's a demo or
every time
a build.
Every time this happens, it gets more and more complex as to whether or not you are paying for a product. Kickstarter says you totally have the right to sue people to not, if they did not deliver the promised goods after taking your money, that you can totally sue them, and the Kickstarter TOS does not indemnify people from you demanding your money back.
Someone shot out some stats and said of the 10% that fail, 13% get a refund.
Yeah.
So
well, most of the time they fail because they ran out of money.
Yeah.
So there's no money to give back to you.
You're exactly right. So that leads me to believe that it's like, okay, I feel like a compromise perhaps is release everything you've worked on.
I have a different compromise for you.
What's that?
The stocks.
As in, like,
put them in the stocks in the middle of town.
You don't mean the stock market.
No, I mean put them in a stock or a pillory in the middle of town so the townspeople may boo them.
Fresh tomatoes?
Fresh tomatoes provided. It would make people way more excited to donate to Kickstarter.
Someone says Ghost Song is 90% done, updated in March. Good to know.
Good.
Still waiting on it.
So this sucks for a number of reasons, and I'm gonna take my
Can I guess the number one?
What's that?
Because apparently that live action create a character moment at PAX was one of the wildest, most fun things ever.
Yeah,
and that
was a total lie.
And that character sheet is now a collector's item.
Yeah, the character sheet I have, unfortunately, they were using like receipt paper. By the time I got home, it was a blank piece of receipt paper.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So you don't even have that anymore.
Yeah, it became just a faded receipt.
Well, now it's a memory.
Yeah. But the number one thing I'm going to take my shit-ass consumer hat off for a second for some compassion for good developers, and that is, let's take Ghost Song, for example. Let's assume that is the truth, that they have been diligently working on Ghost Song for many years now. This stuff, despite having literally nothing to do with Ghost Song at all, made you think that Ghost Song had been canceled.
Or in trouble somewhere.
Right? Just because it took a while.
Yep.
Through no fault of those guys' own.
Yep. Kickstarters are tethered emotionally.
To other Kickstarters.
Emotionally.
Yeah.
Because your commitments remind you of your other commitments.
And that sucks.
Yes. You are attached. If you put out a Kickstarter, you are attached to the successes and failures
of all
Kickstarters.
Hat in Time comes out. Hey, good for you.
Yeah.
Pillars comes out, and it's pretty good, but it's not the best.
Yeah.
Great. This shit happens, people start to doubt whether or not your game's going to come out at all.
I would probably say that Patreon is similar.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Where when Patreons start to not deliver on their promises
when
or whatever.
Wolf puts out a video and you're like, this video is even worse than the last one, you're even less likely to donate to Clemps.
And you want to go check up on your rewards for like anybody that you've signed up for. So, yeah.
You should check out Eyepatch Wolf's and Mr. Clemps' Patreons. They're both fantastic content creators. I just like to bust their balls.
In person, live now. So, but the idea is definitely that there's an emotional tether there, yeah. And it reminds you of the other things. And I don't know how about you. I haven't been back to look at my backed projects list in a very long time.
I went back and looked at that and saw games I forgot existed because they are
Exactly.
dead.
Exactly.
They are so dead.
I feel like there's nothing waiting back there but sadness and sorrow.
I backed Underworld Ascendancy.
It's nothing but sadness and sorrow back there.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh man, Shovel Knight's on there and Bloodstains, and the ones that came out.
Yeah. Shall we Shall we?
Shall we?
Shall I hurt myself live on stream?
Just make sure there's no payment details on
I'm
that.
certainly making sure there's no payment details available there. Let's see if I can. Let's see. Let me hurt myself live on stream.
I backed a lot of Kickstarters.
Yeah, me too. Me too. You know what? Maybe
I have at least 3 dead ones. You should probably just log into Kickstarter on your phone.
well, I can just look at it without dragging it up
Oh yeah.
to the screen. Okay, God.
Let me see if I can log into mine and do this as well.
Yeah, okay. Bushiden, the
what is
ninja
that?
action platformer, The Good Life, Fight Night's still coming along, Narita Boy, Kingdom Death Monster, Code Hardcore, Nello, Battle Chasers Night
Okay, Nello and Battle Chasers.
Those happened.
Those happen.
Yeah, those happened. I can confirm that Fight Night is still being made.
Yeah, I remember playing a build with it on the channel.
Yeah.
Saved. Okay, backed projects. Here we go. Here are my current backed projects. Let's take a look at this.
Ooh, Fire Tetris at Burning Man. Yeah, that happened.
Oh my god. I just checked out the Good Life pledge, and
Yeah.
it was in yen, but I didn't realize it was in yen. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I gave how much money? Oh, like $30. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. 33,000 yen. Yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
let's see. Good Life,
yep.
continuing on as normal. Divinity Original Sin 2, that came out, and then again, Battle Chasers. I never followed up with Richie Branson on that goddamn album.
Ukulele.
I should probably contact Richie
Yeah.
about From Underground to the Stars.
He's around. Ukulele. Combat Core. Power Drive 2000. Bloodstained. Slain.
Shenmue. Well, who knows at this point. Bloodstained. Underworld Ascendant. I don't know what's going on with that.
The Miskatonic. Strength of the Sword Ultimate.
Project Scissors came out.
Children of Morta.
I've never heard of most of these fucking games you bet.
Strafe. I played Strafe at PAX and it was good.
Shadowrun Hong Kong came out, and
fucking Star Mazer. Star Mazer. Ugh. Thimbleweed Park.
Drift Stage.
Crossing Souls.
Uh-oh.
Cannon Busters, the animated series.
The last Drift Stage update was on April 9th of 2018.
The Air Umbrella. It is an umbrella that blows the wind out of your way
Shut up, dude.
by using air to push the water away.
Unsung Story, totally fucking dead. Kingdom Come, that came out.
Urbance.
Hyperlight Drifter came out.
Under the Dog, the anime.
Mighty Number 9,
Heart and Slash. Ghost Song.
Mighty Number 9 came out.
Shovel Knight.
Project Phoenix is dead as could ever be. Shovel Knight came out. Torment came out. Project Eternity came out. Shadowrun Returns came out. And Wasteland 2 came out.
Yeah.
And then there are 4 that I pledged and then failed or rescinded my pledge. I had pledged a higher amount to the Unsung Story before going, what am I doing? And going back to pledge like 20.
Yep.
I pledged $10 to Dive Kick, which got canceled.
Yep.
I pledged $30 to Cradle, which looked cool, but got canceled. And I put in an order for the Ouya, and then later that day went, what the fuck am I doing?
Yep.
And canceled it.
Yep.
So I seem to have had a slightly better track record than you have.
Ghost Song is the second thing I ever backed. Right? It's first thing is Shovel Knight, second thing is Ghost Song. So that has been around since 2014, dude. 2014 is that fucking date on that. And then in the unsuccessful column, yeah, we're going down the list here. We got the Unholy Knight SNES fighting game, which was unsuccessful. We got Blubberbusters, a sci-fi combat platformer, got canceled. Don't even remember what that was. Some of these are gonna be exposed. Yeah, right. Well,
all that porno shit.
Some that I'm no worse.
Worse.
Red Ash.
You backed Red Ash, really?
I think when I think did we still believe around the time?
Oh no, that was very after the belief was dead.
Was it?
Yes, because that was like the biggest big sign of like, what the fuck are you doing? My number 9 isn't out yet. That was the rant that I did. Was, what are you doing having another Kickstarter before the first Kickstarter game is out yet?
There was I don't remember. No, sorry. I know what you're talking about, and I remember us going like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Is this like another version of that? Did I actually? Because I remember being like, "What the fuck are you doing? Why is this on this list?" Was there one for the anime and then one for the game later or something like that? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, there was.
And the one that we were talking about was the initial one, and then later there was something. I think that's what it was. I think there was 2, and then there was the anime and then the game, and then we went, what the fuck, by the time that second one came around. I think that's how that went.
Oh, the Subverse Kickstarter period is over.
Shenmue 3.
They hit 1.7 million out of 100,000.
Override, Tetropolis, Pocket Rumble, Project Awakened, and of course Mighty Number 9.
Ugh.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this list is going. This list is fucking going. And you know what's funny? At the top of that, there's a Kickstarter 10-year anniversary thing floating around. Like,
oh man,
10 long fucking awesome years.
So I'll have to say that Kickstarter kind of panned out exactly as it was reasonable to expect. There was a bunch of good stuff, some real gems, and some scams. Or some tragedies, let's say.
It was...
Scamjities.
Yeah, but it's like a D20.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
1 to 10 are like fail.
Yeah.
Like 11 to
15 are fine.
And like 16 to 20 are... you're gonna get something. You might not like what you get, but you're getting it.
You're gonna get it. Unless the sun stops you!
That's a 20.
That's a 20? That's D20? That's a nat... That's a... Well, wouldn't that be a 1? That'd be a critical miss.
No, that's that's nailing it harder than ever.
That's a natural 20?
Nailing
where the
it
sun
harder
comes
than
down
ever.
from the heavens, tell you not to release your Kickstarter product?
The gaseous ball in the sky is stopping you from making this game. All right, anyway, Barkley 2 is dead.
It's fucking dead. And so is a bunch of other Kickstarter shit, apparently.
And if we keep on living the way we're living our egregious lives, soon sports games will be dead too. Because we're killing them.
So I retweeted this article earlier yesterday, making fun of it, as many did. And there were a couple people that were like a level of rage that would associate with baby kicking.
I heard name calling was involved.
I was called a name that is not applicable, but hilarious to be called.
Oh, is it applicable to me?
Sure is!
But not to you, though.
Not to me.
Okay.
And when you use it against me, I'm like, wow, that's your go-to, isn't it? That's when it's just somebody's go-to for bad feelings.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, which says something about them as a person.
Yeah, they're probably not enjoying life.
So Polygon.com put up a opinion piece that I will summarize.
That's funny. I thought it was Polygon.
Yeah, sure. I will summarize thusly. EA's cock tastes so good in my mouth.
Now.
Sorry. The shoe polish off EA's boot tastes real good in my mouth.
Well, it's a little bit more family friendly.
A little bit. This is so outrageous. It looks like it was paid for. This is the kind of shit you see show up in magazines where the fucking tobacco companies pay a doctor to say that smoking's good for you. Like, it is so ridiculous. To be more specific, it basically describes, listen, if you ban loot boxes with the proposed American legislation, then kids won't be able to waste all their parents' monies on sports games, and that's going to kill sports games. Because where else do sports games get the money to pay for these really expensive licenses?
But Pat, before you say that, you might not be considering the following.
What's that?
These expensive pay-to-win modes and with their loot boxes,
yes,
if they don't directly pay for the games we enjoy, they at least justify the workforce and development costs that make them worth playing.
But they don't.
But that's what this article says.
But that's never been true.
And that's what I'm quoting right here.
In fact, it's been found and reported on by a number of sources, but I found about it from one of Jim's videos. Hey, you know EA and Activision and these companies, the ones that put out the sports games, they don't actually pay any taxes at all. And they fire their staff to hit profit numbers. And I was also contacted by a lot of people who are Madden and FIFA fans, describing that there are features that are still missing from those games from the fucking PS2 games that were never re-implemented alongside the new engine that was made for the 360. And the fact that sports games are the all-time best-selling games ever. Ever!
But hold on. Now. What about the fact that Take-Two paid $1.1 billion to the NBA for a 7-year guarantee on their exclusive license? How are they supposed to make that money back on the deal they made?
Those games sell 1 million copies in a day.
$1.1 billion is a lot of money, though. And it's a 7-year... They have 7 years to make it. Now, listen. I get it, right? You're just thinking, what's the wrong with making a sports game that doesn't have that stuff? Well, it's expensive.
It is.
You got to make players' faces look super detailed, then that's really expensive.
Well, no
you
one
got
asked
to pay
for that.
rights for, shoes and licensing and
No one asked for that.
story modes, right? You got to
the story mode in NBA games are really high production.
It is something that sports fans who have been playing over the years have come... It's like quality of life. They've come accustomed to the quality of life of a very expensive-looking game with a lot of money in it that has buy-to-win or pay-to-win features.
They pay $1.1 billion for a 7-year monopoly on the most popular genre in the world.
Now,
the idea that you can't make money off of that means that you don't deserve to be in business. It's very similar to the argument of remember Star Wars Battlefront? They're like, well, we need to put the loot boxes into, because the Star Wars license. It's like, oh, you're telling me that you're unable to make a Star Wars game that will sell enough money with the exclusive Star Wars license? I guess you guys are incompetent fucks, huh?
Are you suggesting we go back to the days of teams like Chicago just being represented by red and black?
No, I'm not actually.
And it just says Chicago on it with no actual logo?
I vividly remember that was NHL PA 93.
Madden 64.
It was called PA 93 because it was the Players Association license they got instead of the real license.
Exactly.
So you had all the players, but none of the teams.
Exactly.
NHL PA 93, 94, 95, 96 are the best hockey games ever made.
There was a time There was a time when Madden didn't have that NFL license, but Quarterback Club did. And those games weren't as good.
NBA Street...
And Madden just had to fucking put the colors next to the city names.
NBA Street Volume 2 is the best basketball game ever made and has shit nothing to do with the NBA.
Okay, but Pat, you're not a sports fan. You don't care about these rosters, right? Someone who cares about these rosters wants to make sure that these games can continue to afford paying exorbitant prices to keep these licenses exclusive so that my simulated sports season can go off the way I want it to.
Fine.
I need a source of income.
Hey, listen.
And if loot boxes aren't going to pay for it, then what will?
No, listen. Here's the thing. So let's be really clear. There is one thing that EA and all those guys are not at fault at, which is the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, they were the ones who said, we're sick of licensing out to all these different developers. Somebody bid, right? Similar to the way wrestling games are done, right? So EA had the biggest pockets, so they got the fucking thing. Everything except for baseball, which I think Sony got, right?
I'll get into that in a second.
Right? So let's take NBA, because you mentioned it's a $1.7 billion...
1.1.
1.1? 1.1. Okay.
7 years.
Let's take NBA whatever. Let's assume it. You know what? Let's say the fucking NFL thing is $2 billion, right? Madden sells for $60, right?
Sure.
Right? Just clean.
70.
Well, I mean, to our American audience.
Sorry, yes, correct.
So let's say 60. Madden sold 790,000 copies last year within like 5 days of release. So let's round that up to 800,000, right? 800,000. All right. So that's $48 million in the first week plus, right? Minus shipping costs.
That's a big dev team. Lot of salaries to pay.
Let's cut it in half.
Lot of salaries to pay.
Right. Let's say
okay, but what about our higher ups?
Let's just
Pat, they deserve their bonuses.
Let's say they only made $25 million in the first week for a game they literally sell all year and sells all year, and the same people are going to be those repeat customers the following year. It almost feels like that license is worth it for the monopoly. And we know they actually don't pay the dev team all that much, because if they did, the games would actually improve. I don't think anyone is happy with the state of sports games. Everyone that I know that loves sports, who will play an NHL game or a Madden, constantly complains that the games are literally getting worse every year. Because nothing ever changes, but the whole other rest of the industry changes, and they become more loot boxy, they become more FIFA Ultimate Team, they become whatever. And the idea that you can't make money on a sports game, like, I'll be blunt. Do you know, the only argument that I could even believe for a second is that you can't make money on sports games unless you do all this loot box shit because licenses are so expensive, is because you have made sports games so terrible that only people that are already way into sports will play them. I'm not into football. I'm not into hockey. I'm not into basketball. I used to buy and play those games every year because they were fucking awesome. But no, I don't do that anymore because they're terrible.
Hey, listen, Diamond Dynasty, the pay-to-win mode in MLB The Show is it exists, and you might feel how you feel about it, but MLB The Show is the last full-service baseball title, period. There are no competitors. If you want your baseball, you're going to be buying MLB The Show, and that's all there is to it as far as a full-service title goes.
Yeah.
Can I suggest a compromise because I'm a man of compromise?
Oh, yes, fine.
All right.
I'm going to be pointing out, I'm getting real heated. It's not at you. It's at the character you are portraying.
I'm a man of compromise. I like to come to the table. I like to bring things to the table. I don't come to the table empty-handed. That's insulting. All right.
I hate that you are just emulating people you have met.
Here's what we do. All right.
Upsetting.
You take your loot box and everything that comes in it. Right. You don't want it in the game. How about this? Fuck you. It stays in the game. All right. But
you got me. You really did get me there.
But we call it the CEO bonus box.
Fuck off.
And if you buy it, you know exactly where the money's going. How about that? You still get the goods. You still get all the stat. You still get everything that helps you win. You still get everything that makes you feel great. You still get all the rewards that you were going to get out of that loot box, but it's the CEO bonus box, and now you know exactly where the money's going.
Sports games have, this is going to be a broad statement, but sports games
Meet me halfway, buddy.
Sports games have been straight up ruined by capitalism. I don't usually say that capitalism's a boogeyman, because capitalism is the increase of wealth, and it's been a pretty good system for us so far, I think. But, the actual issues with long-term greedy capitalism have ruined the sports game genre. They have destroyed it.
The box has a picture of the CEO on it, smiling, and every time you purchase one, you hear a little cha-ching, and then a little bit of shaking animation.
More honest. It would at least be more honest.
You get a good hearty like laugh and or a thanks, son, as you put the money in the bonus box, and then it shakes, and then it pops open, and all the rewards come out.
So, Who wrote this? What's this guy's name?
This is Polygon.com.
Okay, the writer. I don't know the writer's name.
Owen S. Good.
Okay, Owen. I'm gonna give Owen the benefit of the doubt morally, and assume that he was not actually paid to write this, or that he is attempting to sidle up for a cushy job in EA PR in a few years once he leaves Polygon, which is fairly common. I'm just going to assume that he's a fucking dumbass. All right.
I was gonna say that. Yeah, like you read through that, and it doesn't sound like that someone who's got necessary an ulterior motive as much as it sounds like somebody
who's a dumbass
who's saying, like it or hate it, this is the state of sports games, and these legislations are killing them.
The overall thing of please think of the sports games. And I am very happy to see that whatever Owen's intention writing this article is, to provide a counterpoint against this kind of thing, to protect sports games, it is having a bombastic opposite effect, in that the overwhelming majority of sentiment has read this and gone, oh, gross, fuck sports games.
The interesting actual takes I find are in the defense. There are certain appeals to, I guess, different like ideologies that come into play. So it talks about how the bills that we're discussing have carve-outs for things that we widely accept, like MMO subscription fees, premium cosmetics, provided they aren't awarded in a random loot box, I guess, is what he wrote, quote unquote. And it even protects things like charging for extra difficulty modes, right? So I don't know. I like, that's the one I was like, has that ever happened in a game that I could think of? I don't know. Not right. But it points those out, and then it says like it has these protections, but the problem is that this loot box thing is just, it just seems so like prejudiced against the idea of these loot boxes. But really, if you look at the people making these the legislation, they're actually complaining about their kids using their credit cards. So it seems like the real issue is just that they don't want their kids using their credit cards.
Fair enough,
stuff.
But that doesn't just that don't allow that to distract from the fact that this is essentially a way that these companies have found to point unrestricted gambling at children, like completely unregulated gambling. And you know what? Fuck it. I'll throw myself under the bus. Not even children. When I went on a fucking Overwatch and Heroes of the Storm fucking $500, $600 fucking loot box tirade, I felt high on crack. Not actual crack, but I felt... And I look back on that and go, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't gamble. Luckily, gambling is somewhat regulated. And I, as a baby Pat, would not have been given a chance to interact with loot box systems and think that they were fucking normal.
So, it brings up those things I mentioned. And, like, yeah, there's that. And then there's a sentence that drops in there where it says, I'd be interested to know how Rand Paul, for example, feels about this regulation of a free market. And I fucking roll my eyes out of my head. Because it's like, okay.
Oh, give me a
break!
Like,
now we're getting into...
The invisible hand will guide the market?
And now we're getting into just the idea of, like...
Fuck off!
Do you, like, I understand you don't want your loot boxes on the kids, but do you really want the government stepping in and controlling a free market? Is this actually the world you want to support? And I'm like...
Well, I have bad news for the writer of this article.
Are you seriously invoking...
Because as a Canadian, the answer is, yeah! I do! It works out okay up here! The free market does stupid shit sometimes! It helps to have people go, maybe don't do that. Maybe.
We'll stay in your goddamn commie Canada state.
Will do. Like, it feels like an appeal to religion. Like the invisible hand feels like the invisible hand of the market will provide all. Feels like a religious doctrine. And it's like, just don't let the kids gamble. That's
it's not even
it.
It's like, it's not even about the debate of whether you trust in the markets or you don't, right? If you are a libertarian and you believe that like taxation is theft,
all that stuff,
you know, and that like the markets can control themselves, we don't need to regulate them and so on, that's fine and dandy.
Totally.
There's a place and a time and a literal forum for that discussion to happen in a sophisticated manner. This is not that.
This is a video game article talking about my poor sports games might get damaged by
the gambling children
by the like
being blocked from the being by
when you
from
wanna when you wanna so this is
the stretch is so absurd.
So I want to point out something that all of you are listening to a video game podcast. We talk about movies, we talk about anime, we talk about our weeks. This is a video game podcast. We talk about video games here, right? There's a lot of people out there that when you talk about video games, I want to grab them by the shoulder and be like, listen, bro, my profession, hobby, and general interests are pretty all along video games. I have kind of devoted my life to this hobby. Does that make me a huge dork? Absolutely. But I want to take you by the shoulder, hypothetical person, shake you a little, and go, it's fucking video games, bro. It doesn't matter. It's not important. If sports games die as a result of a legislation that keeps kids from becoming gambling addicts or wasting all their parents' money, oh fucking well. Oh no. Boo-hoo.
Bro, I put my fantasy season together already, and my boys are already putting money in the pool pot. You're shutting down my fun, bro. You're shutting down my fun.
You know what this made me laugh really hard about? And I'm sure our American audience is going to get a real kick out of this of how weird it is. We legalized the weed here in Canada very recently. And since the week of legalizing the weed, every time I go to the theater, there are anti-vaping ads.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is the funniest thing in the world.
So are you just saying let it die trademark, bruh? Is that what you're saying? Just let it die? Because quite frankly, here's the funny part about that is, so you take that extreme stance on it, right? You're just like, who cares? You're stopping kids from gambling, right?
Sure.
I hear that. Again, I bring things to the table. This time for real.
Okay.
And I say, if you are concerned about the removal of loot boxes potentially hurting your game's top or bottom dollar so much that they can't afford to keep making them, then perhaps your game should join the likes of MMOs and become a subscription service so that those who care can keep paying for them to keep them afloat.
You know
perhaps,
what? You know what? Fine. I think everyone would be cool with that.
Perhaps if you care that much, you can find another way to tap into the resource of the money you need to bilk from your crowd without putting children in the crossfire.
I have a new one.
Maybe.
And granted, we are now...
But that's just me.
We are proper in our 30s that we are talking about our hobby of choice and actually, no joke, for real, going think of the children. But let me take another stance on this. If you can't make a product for a correct amount of money and sell that product for a profit without inserting gambling into it, you don't deserve to be in business, because it means you're not good at business. Gambling is just free money. If you run a gambling service, it's just free money. People will just literally just give you money. So it's a good way to make money. An easy way to make money. But it also screws people up and screws their lives up, which is why it's regulated in almost everywhere that anyone listening to this lives.
I would even go as far as to say that that gambling is a regulated vice in the same way that we have tons of regulated vices.
Alcohol, smoking,
whatever.
Smoking.
Yep.
Smoking.
Yep.
Right.
and depending on where you live and or if you're a fucking Puritan or not, like sex work.
Yeah.
Right? It's all up in the air, and you can classify it as you would, but the idea of like, okay, therefore there should be no casinos ever is like, no, that's extreme.
I wouldn't even say there needs to be no loot boxes ever. But I do actually believe that if you do have loot boxes in your game, you should probably have some kind of check to make sure that, like, minors aren't able to do it. Also, my crusade against loot boxes now comes from a place of, like, I blew like $1,300 on loot boxes, only to realize that they fucked up the games that I like. They are a corrosive and damaging influence on things that used to be better without them. Sports games used to be really good, and they started getting shitty way before loot boxes happened. But it sure didn't help.
And what about the argument that the parental check should serve as the thing that keeps the kids away from the gambling, and keeping them away from your credit card should serve as the thing that stops them from being able to gamble?
That didn't work for the fucking porn companies.
I suppose it didn't.
It didn't work for the real gambling websites.
Hey. See those age gates?
Those are suggestions? No.
Have you ever hit an age gate and went, oh, damn it, I guess I'm too young. I'm going to close this.
What are you talking about? Every time.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I would never, ever.
Can't watch that trailer.
Can't look at it.
I am too young.
Luckily enough, despite looking how I do, I've actually always been 140 years old.
Good thing I was born in 1901.
Yes, 1905.
January 1st.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, and you know what? Let's roll it back even further. This is an intellectually dishonest argument that looks at the current culture of crunch and possible unionization and developer workplace abuse and goes, think of the poor developers who might go hungry because you banned Little Jimmy's loot box, which is disgusting. As a portrayal.
It's the byline that makes me laugh, because the article is called "Anti-Loot Box Bill Poses a Real Threat to Sports Video Games."
No, it doesn't, actually.
And the byline is, how else are those billion-dollar licenses paid? So,
with the profits of the game and possibly the lack of bonus.
Anyway, so you say that, I pull it back, and I just say, Owen, come on. Come on.
I don't know. I find it vile. I think it's taking advantage of real problems to pad the bottoms of rich dudes.
Could be. Or,
So, I'm going to give Owen the benefit of the doubt.
I always give the benefit of the doubt.
I don't think he was paid, and I don't think he's trying to set up a cushy job in PR.
I
think he's a fucking idiot. I think he's a fucking stupid moron.
Was there a thought that at some point the discussion of this topic, despite being a hot take and controversial, might inspire some people to click and read to see what's going on over here? Mayhaps. Sometimes a person says, I'm not writing clickbait, but I have an opinion, and it's an unpopular one, so I'm just going to put this out there and see what happens.
That's right. You've just described the thought process of a dumbass.
Is it intellectually dishonest?
This one is, yes. Absolutely. This is... okay.
Only Owen can answer
You know what? Either Owen's a dumbass and intellectually dishonest, or this motherfucker is the dumbest idiot to ever be a dumb idiot, and he's being intellectually honest. You get to pick one of these two, right? Because, like, in this article's world, the fact that, like, EA fires people to make profit margins, and the people at the top are making like 100, 200, 300 times the average developer and have all their golden parachutes, is not a factor that enters in. So either he doesn't actually even know that, which I find hard to believe, or he's being intellectually dishonest. You know, like, there's only so dumb you can expect people to be.
I get that. And here, look, Woolie, not everything deserves the benefit of the doubt. If someone's advocating for harmful things, just call them a dumbass and move on.
That's fair.
I hear that, but I'm not. I'm the kind of I operate in a way where I like to assume that
you like to assume the best of people.
I like to assume the best of people, or at the very least that, like, I believe the term is mistake theory.
Yeah.
Right. That there's a possibility that it's not that you're sinister. There's a possibility that it's not that, because there is sinister out there.
That's why
But in many opportunities, a lot of the time, it's actually that you are convinced that this makes sense or is the right thing.
See, here's the thing.
And there's a mistake we can identify.
That's why I want to be very careful and make sure that everybody knows exactly what I'm saying. I am not saying this Owen fellow is a bad person.
Right.
I'm saying he's a dumbass. Because if he is, in fact, actually of this belief, he's an idiot. And that idiocy might hurt people, but maybe that's not his fault. But it doesn't make him not an idiot.
There is a difference, though, in how you ultimately treat people once you're able to determine whether or not you're looking at stupidity or malice.
Yeah, malice. You got to do whatever you got to do in whatever the fucking situation is.
Now we got to get rid of the cancer. We got to operate and remove it.
Idiocy, you can either deal with a single, hey, that person's dumb, or ignorance. Just ignore them.
But yes, so
I feel bad for what I'm going to assume are people at Polygon who are not dumbasses, who share the page with people like this. Because, like, when I see a story from Polygon, I usually kind of chuckle because of shit like this. Though I'm sure there's always, at every one of these, like, trash rags, there's always people that do good work. But they get, it's like the Kickstarter thing. You all sink and swim together, right?
That article went through an editor, Woolie.
It did! Wow.
I'm missing this. I'm missing it.
Nothing hits the front page without an editor taking a look at it and says that's good to go.
Yeah, but it's an opinion piece. So
right.
What's the editor going to do? Say your opinion's shit? Don't publish that? No.
Your editor. Your editor-in-chief's job is to say this article is shit and it reflects badly upon the publication. That is their number one job.
As opposed to this part of the article doesn't add up. You're missing facts here.
Yes, because
there's an error over
here's
here.
The thing.
Source this.
So here's the thing. That is a poorly written article in which the editor-in-chief's job is absolutely to go, your article is actually poorly made.
Is a moral judgment usually as a part of the job description as well?
It depends,
on the content?
It depends
I would assume it wasn't.
I
could be. I definitely don't know.
It depends on the paper. It depends on the format. It depends on the nature of the publication. National Enquirer doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
New York Times probably gives a little bit of a fuck that they're not advocating certain things.
Yep.
Or they adhere to certain values, right? This, Polygon is supposed to be a consumer-facing video game website. It is not like you're reading fucking Business Weekly or some shit. Right? This is supposed to be for you and me and everyone listening to here. So it should be advocating the values that those people likely share and be on their team, so to speak.
I guess I always thought of it as like if it's not a report on a news item, but it's an opinion piece.
Yeah,
I tend to
usually give it just carte blanche, like whatever.
No, not even the carte blanche, because there's definitely things like if someone comes out and says, "Yo, let's start kicking babies."
Yeah.
Everybody rally together. We're meeting up here at this time in this place.
Going through the quad streaking, and then we're gonna kick some babies.
Right? Then it's like, okay, your editor, yeah, right? No, I don't mean that.
Yeah, take that down. We're not publishing that.
But like the description I've always heard has always sounded like the editor, besides making, yes, one, there are people go, oh, glorified spell checker. It's like, yeah, that's the joke. But no, they read through it. They like actually structurally make sure that what you're saying is backed up, makes sense, and references itself in the right ways. But then also they act as a sounding board for the ideas and bounce back something that might not be a clear thought.
Let me
but they might not necessarily go, my opinion is not your opinion, therefore
let me play pretend editor here.
Yeah.
Okay. Woolie, we're gonna assume you wrote this article. Woolie, who is this article for?
This is for people that are not sports fans looking at this legislation as a good thing, not understanding that it's going to hurt sports games for sports fans.
Okay, but what about sports fans? How do you think they're going to feel about it?
I think they continue to buy the games because they already understand that this is part of the transaction that keeps these games going. They might not have thought about or considered this on a deeper level, but the money that funds these loot boxes, or the money that goes into these loot boxes, is going back into these games that are very expensive.
Do you not worry that this looks like a blatant appeal to corporate apology, and that even though things are bad, we should just let them stay bad?
Well, it depends on whether you think they're bad or not, because if you happen to be of the opinion that...
All right, Owen, you're being a dumbass. Answer my questions or this is getting pulled. See, this is how it should have gone. Like, quit dancing around the bullshit.
Hey, tell you what, though, that's a really interesting experiment because it is very beneficial in a lot of arguments cases to literally argue
Let's pretend.
Argue on behalf of the person whose opinion you don't understand in order to... put the framework down.
One, you're really good at this.
Yeah.
Two, I doubt he is. And I doubt his editor gave a shit. And especially, Polygon as a website has been mired in this crap since the day they showed up.
It has been. And
day of.
And like in this entire discussion, I didn't even want to bring up the part where it's like, yeah, but we're on Polygon. Because it's like, because that's a whole other aspect to it.
Right, but if I'm the editor who's hitting this,
yeah,
it is of actual importance that I take how it makes the paper. I'm using the word paper, but how it makes it look. Because Polygon is, for anybody that doesn't know, Polygon was supposed to be, we're going to fix games journalism. It's going to be a new thing. And they got a grant or some shit. I think it was like 20 grand or 30 grand. And Microsoft did this big video series on them about Polygon's going to be the next wave of the future. And right away, questions about their bias started to show up because it appeared that a lot of people on staff really liked their Xboxes and possibly didn't like their PlayStations, in particular Arthur Gies, if you remember that guy. And the comment that came back out was, of course, just because Microsoft gave us all that money, do you really think that would affect how we cover things, or that they're paying us to do it? And the answer is, yeah. Most people are friendly with people that give them tens of thousands of dollars. That's a pretty favorable impression. And they've never gotten out from under that.
The factor of, like, once we start talking about the grander thing, which is the website itself, now the discussion is forced to be reframed because you're bringing in a history of, if you want to call it unpopular opinion article pieces, you can say that.
Yeah.
If you want to call it clickbait, you can say that. But multiple examples of what the fuck are you doing over the years.
I think the most frustrating thing about when that was going down is that there were a couple people that were interviewed and they acted fairly indignant. It was like, do you really think that $100,000 would change my artistic integrity? And I find that type of question offensive, because you're asking a question that the person is in their heart gonna say yes, but it's impolite to say yes because that's an accusation. So you're putting it out there in a way so that they can't answer it because that would be rude, right? But yeah, I do think if you got $100K and your whole website was funded by a company, you would be thankful to that company. Do I think that you got emails down from Microsoft going, hey, make sure to give the hail? No, that's fucking ridiculous. Nothing works like that. But are you thankful? Of course, fucking duh. And you remember Arthur Gies with that SimCity shit? If you want to talk about EA specifically? Or Arthur Gies when the SimCity always online stuff. You remember that, I assume? Mm-hmm. And he was like, fuck off. None of you know what you're talking about. The game has to be online because blah, 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 blah. And then the guy just went, yeah, I turned it offline. I just flipped like 3 values in the code. Yeah. And Arthur stopped arguing that point.
You ever hear about pharmaceutical companies having conferences for doctors?
I have.
You ever hear about the treatment the doctors get when they come out to just hang out and hear a little bit more about the medication they might not be up to date on?
Yeah.
And the like 5-course meals and glorious penthouse
and they're held
stays,
at resorts,
rooftop fucking just rooftop resorts, and all of it. Ultimately, just to sort of keep you up to date and informed on how the product is going.
Listen.
And at no point ever are they ever going to recommend that you prescribe this medication more frequently or for anything that it wouldn't be right to prescribe it for.
It cannot be overstated.
It's an endorsement, but hey, quite frankly,
it cannot be overstated how most people think bribery works and how influence actually works. A bribe is if I were to say, hey, Woolie, I want you to talk about how much you love this hamburger, and I gave you $50, and then I told you not to tell anyone. Right? That's a bribe. An endorsement would be, hey, Woolie, I'm going to give you $50, and you're going to tell people how much you love this burger, and then you're going to tell everyone that I gave you $50. Right? But influence is what you're describing. Nobody at a pharmaceutical company or EA or Sony or whoever ever called up somebody and said that Halo review better be 9 out of 10, right? They might call them up afterwards to complain, but that's usually people getting fucking pissed. Usually it's like, hey.
Or tweeting about it saying, why'd you fuck us?
Yeah, why'd you fuck us? That happens, and that's people getting possessive and mad. And you know what? I understand that even. But you know what it really is about? Microsoft holds Forza events. Do you know what these Forza events are? You're going to go to Germany, or you're going to go to Monaco, all expenses paid. You're going to play the Forza for an hour or two, and then let's go race some race cars. Pretty good weekend, huh? And there's two parts of that. One, yeah, I had a great time, and Forza's pretty great too. And two is, boy, I would like to go to the next Forza event. I hope they still like me next year. Right? It's like, that's how it works.
And how do you call someone's integrity into question at that point?
You ought, and you know, it's been a thing for the game business forever. Some people, doesn't affect them. Other people, it absolutely colors all of their expectations. And most people are somewhere in the middle, in which they're aware that it does color their expectations, and they may try and adjust for that, but it's hard.
It's not hard. It's an undetectable subtlety.
Yeah, and it's within you to do.
Because
whether or not you do it or not. And on top of that, the way games are played for game industry purposes warps people's perceptions of those games. When you are blowing through a game pre-release ahead of everyone else,
of course,
and you're doing it in like 2 days, and you're doing nothing but
with a PDF next to you telling you
how to dodge all
what the critical path choice is if you
don't do this in Sekiro, or right, it's going to inflate your opinion by its very nature. And then you see the consumer version of this. The consumer version of this is the honeymoon period, where a game comes out and everybody loves it, and then a month goes by and everyone realizes it was shit. You saw people going to bat for fucking Anthem, man, which I think is on this news docket again.
Yep.
You saw people going to bat for Anthem. You're just a hater. You just hate EA, and you're taking it out on Anthem. Look, you can fly. It's so cool.
Literally, in the article, the fuck EA children and their complex arguments.
If you think this kind of behavior is limited to the people in the games business, you're crazy. Because everybody knew their pal who was so hyped for something, and then it came out and it was shit, but he was still so hyped that they tell you all the time how great it is.
But hey, man, Game of Thrones writing is hard. And then one day you wake up, bottle still in hand, crust on the mouth, and before you know it, you're defending loot boxes. And you look in the mirror, and you don't even have enough recognition of what you see to understand the action that you're in the middle, to understand what you're defending.
Yeah.
You don't even realize that you're defending loot boxes. You don't like that term doesn't quite.
Do you want loot boxes in the game? No, of course not. Then why are you defending it?
Like you might at some point have a distant voice in your memory of what video games were before loot boxes existed, right? You might be someone who I don't know, maybe you're really young and like
Loot boxes have always
they've
been
always
there.
they've always been there, and like the games without them are just like, oh, those relics of the past, like blaxploitation movies.
Yeah.
You know, you just but at what point, you know, at what point do you go, did I just write an article defending
like hoodwinking kids out of and
for non-cosmetic,
you know what,
actual game influencing items.
So we've come all the way back to it, and there's part of this that we absolutely need to make clear. Woolie and I may have sounded, but think of the children, Ms. Reverend Lovejoy today, about protecting the kids from gambling, which might sound a little more panicky about protecting kids from video games. There is a reason for that, and the reason for that is because this article specifically calls out the developer he is interviewing says that the children, through loot boxes, control these games' futures and economies. And what are we going to do if the children stop buying loot boxes? So the article that's
the end of the article.
The end of the article, actually, go look at the end.
Yeah.
He says, they're the ones who control the industry, and I'm not talking about the bosses.
Yeah, there's a parent who had his kid that spent a bunch of money on virtual crap in a game.
Trying to be a good dad.
But it was a game that he himself made. He was a developer.
Yeah.
And he was trying to be a good parent and also trying to do a good job, knowing how much it depended on the bean counter's happiness and the bottom line that NBA 2K generated. And he was basically deciding between his kids spending the money on the gambling
and his job
and his game being successful. And then the quote was, given that they control the money and they spend a lot of it, you think we can change the medium? They didn't mean his bosses. They meant the kids. So that's the context.
The context is this defense of loot boxes is explicitly the right to have children gamble. Children gamble money that even the developers of the game itself are going, I don't know, this feels gross. And this is a defense of this as a status quo because my football.
It's almost as if the reason stands strong enough to simply say, because loot boxes suck and are gross and shouldn't be,
somehow isn't good enough anymore.
So introducing the child aspect somehow reinforces the point and doubles it down.
Yes, but actually it does the opposite. It's like, no, we need to let the children engage in the gross behavior so that... I don't even know what this is going anymore. This thing is warped. Did you not read to the end of the article?
So that Tom Brady is there, and I see his face, and I see his logo, and I feel good about drafting him to my team. It's what I like.
And if that kid makes it so that family can't eat because they gave him his credit card and the game tricked him into... You know what the best one was? Remember that Harry Potter game that would strangle Ronald Weasley until you fucking paid like $1.50?
I forget about that.
You forgot, huh? But do you remember?
I don't.
There was a mobile game that every scene would have timers on it, and there was one where Ronald was getting strangled to death, and it would say you have to wait 5 minutes or pay like $1.50.
Wow. Yeah.
It's like that is only manipulative to children. Like, it is so fucking dark, man.
Oh boy. Wow. That was a thing, huh? Well, anyway. Once again, we move on. I say,
I learned a new term during this debacle through people tweeting at me, which was, wow, you can really smell the boot polish on their breath on this one. Which I've never heard that sentence before, but I like it. Fucking sniveling corporate like, oh my god. EA's not your friend, guys. In fact, EA doesn't like you. In fact, they probably hate you.
But they want to buy the company you do like.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
Just consume product. Don't ask questions. Then get excited for next product.
It's disturbing how applicable that always
every time
is.
Every single week I could bring
to
that
the
up.
Point that it actually oversimplifies complex arguments that could be made the opposite way.
Yeah, but it's always applicable.
Well, anyway, shall we talk about KOTOR rumors?
Let's talk about KOTOR. I like KOTOR.
Apparently, there's a film reportedly in the works.
I've been seeing this like bubble up for about a month, maybe a bit more now.
Apparently, the person who worked on Shutter Island, Lacia Kalogridis, and Battle Angel Alita, and Altered Carbon, is penning a script for a KOTOR movie.
Now, where's this gonna go?
I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good resume.
Yeah, it is.
I'll tell you right
Especially
there.
for this type of thing.
Yeah. God damn, I fucking love Shutter Island.
Shutter Island's great, man.
I love the concept more than the movie.
Yeah, and I like Leo a lot.
But that's great,
so
too.
it helps.
But yeah, so they're talking about a potential KOTOR trilogy. It came from BuzzFeed.
But where does it go?
Does
it go to theaters? I don't think so.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? We know that Disney got scared away from the oversaturation of Star Wars in the public eye.
Oh my god.
We know that everybody freaked out over on when whatchamacallit came out. Solo came out, and then Disney was like, "Wait, hold on. You don't want more Star Wars? What happened?"
I'd like this Star Wars.
But would you like it in theaters, broken up between this and the Game of Thrones writers trilogy coming out?
I don't know, man. KOTOR is near and dear to a lot of people's hearts, and if you don't get the people that made those games what they are on staff, then I don't care.
I think it's a bit of a pipe dream to think they're going to make a movie based on the Old Republic and go reach the game writers and get them involved, because Disney's just like, yo, this is Star Wars. We're going to do our thing. We're going to hand it to who we want.
No one cared about the Old Republic until those games came out.
Exactly. And they did a really good job with them.
They changed them dramatically, too. There's very little actual overlap between the original Old Republic comics and the Knights of the Old Republic that the games projected.
Getting as far away as possible from the current Star Wars timeline to make something interesting is a brilliant idea. It could have
worked really well for Mass Effect Andromeda.
Well, fuck what I was gonna say. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna go digging up anybody from the BioWare days and handing them a pass to work on the set and put a thing together.
Do you have this Squanch Games news in there, by the way?
No.
This is a bit of a tidbit, but it was just brought to my attention. Squanch Games, Justin Roiland's video game studio, acquired the trademarks,
formerly known as Squanch Tendo.
Yeah, to Radical Heights.
Oh,
a few days ago.
Yeah, I did see Fred actually make that box mock-up, and I didn't know why he made it. But
all I can think of is literally just so they can dunk on it somewhere.
I laughed super hard, and I don't know why it exists. Like, I'm just not sure.
All I can think of is they want to use the name to officially dunk on it.
But is that even who? What precedent is there?
If I ran a fucking game studio and could do it, I'd do it. That's hilarious.
Fucking wild, dude. Okay, well.
Hey, it's Radical Heights here with Bliffy Clee.
I can't fucking find it, but anyway, yeah, that's amazing. That's really, really funny.
Why? Even I'm sitting here, even though I'm going but why? But
I mean, dude, here's what I will say of Squanch Tendo, aka Squanch Games. I did play that one VR demo game they had
of Trover in the Universe.
Trover Saves the Universe.
That came out, by the way.
That shit's fucking hilarious, man.
You see the Hard Times really article
funny.
about it?
No.
This is Justin Roiland releases new insufferable fan base.
Yeah. So that was pretty funny.
I feel bad for Justin Roiland. Because Rick and Morty's a great show that I don't want to even admit that I watch anymore.
It got Undertaled faster than Undertale?
Hell yeah, it did.
I think it was right around the time that kid was screaming Pickle Rick in the McDonald's.
That's the one. That's
flopping around.
the instant.
That's where everyone gets up and walks away.
Yeah, I got up and walked away from Rick and
walk.
I have actually not watched that show since I saw that dude.
That's the moment.
Because I don't want to be associated with him at all.
It cuts deep, and you go, oh no. Oh
is
no.
That me?
This is the club.
Is that us?
We're here. This is us.
I would like to get the tattoo removed, please.
Yep. That was bad. That was bad. That cut deep.
It made me really embarrassed. Really embarrassed.
Because a lot of the time when cringe happens, you appreciate it from some distance.
Cringe is best when it's far away.
You know, I mean, hey, I love the parking lot because I have no attachment to the actual content.
The parking lot makes me really uncomfortable because I know people that were like way in. Not that way in, but way in.
Right.
You know?
Right. And I have no attachment to foam personally, so I'm.
Oh my! I've never made it through. I
can't
do it.
I'm not attached to that in any way, shape, or form.
I get to monies that we don't has and just die, and then the YouTube tab closes. I can't.
I'm not somebody who has ever been interested in being a ventriloquist.
That one, hurts. That's the worst one for you, right? That's far away, but I remember you describing that's the one that gets you the hardest.
It's
so painful.
If you have a heart, it's intolerable.
I kind of want to cry right now.
It's intolerable.
So bad.
If you have a heart, because you know that girl.
I do.
You know them inside out.
And even though you don't know obviously what it's like to be there, you have had to stand up on a stage at one point in your life, and you know the fear that goes with it, and you just extrapolate in your mind what the emotional state must be, and it's so painful just to look at that it hurts you physically.
Yeah. So, and at the point where when this happened, I had not seen any of the references to Szechuan sauce, so I didn't get the jokes because I wasn't that far.
Yeah, me too.
So
didn't get it.
All I knew was, as far as my brain was concerned, Pickle Rick was that really funny episode where it was all action-packed, but actually hilarious because it was massively dark and about him avoiding his actual responsibilities and not wanting to deal with the shit that his family's going through.
Yes.
And it was a fucking weird commentary that worked out being like, oh my God, yeah. And that's all it was in my brain. It was like, oh, that was hilarious, right? And then you see that video and you have to get up and walk away from the table. There's just nothing left to do here. You leave. You quit. You leave your things behind. Rick and Morty is over.
And you change the discussion from, oh, I'm a big fan of Rick and Morty to, yeah, I've watched some Rick and Morty. I think it's really funny. And if that slight change in language.
And if a season comes out, you secretly watch it and never talk about it. And you chuckle to yourself and you hold it in. And that's that.
And that's what all of you people watching Fate should do.
I saw a product for an actual pickle.
Yeah.
Wrapped in plastic.
Uh-huh.
That was a Pickle Rick pickle.
I got it.
Officially branded.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
All right, well, every once in a while, real quick, I let people know that the Woolie's Brain platform continues development.
Yeah, that's right.
It is an ongoing source of content. It is simultaneously a creator of content, but also a receptacle for content.
That's right.
And, every once in a while, surprise, you didn't think this was coming out for the Woolie's Brain platform.
Yeah.
But it turns out that not Samurai Showdown, but Darli Dagger specifically is being released directly to the Woolie's Brain platform.
So, I don't know if you saw when you posted that, hey, by the way, Darli Dagger has a Galactica Phantom and she's a punch girl. But you saw the tweet that I wrote to you, which is, it is becoming increasingly unbelievable that you have nothing to do with this. This is genuinely really weird now. This is a character that looks like your OC, is from your part of the world, has your own fucking name, has the one move from SNK games you won't shut up about.
And a great sword, and it turns into a drill.
What is happening?
I need to give a big shout out to Dope Danny, a.k.a. Danny Smith, who said, okay, I finally understand what this is. Your automatic stand ability is to procedurally generate more Woolie bait in reality. To which Doomslayer Man, the struggler, said, stand name, bring me to life.
Oh, that's good. That's the idea of you getting an Evanescence stand is so good.
Bring me to life.
They're coming out with a new album. You see that?
Oh my god.
They're coming back. The heroes have returned
Yes.
to save us.
Just Woolie bait. Wake me up inside. Coming out of the ground. Woolie bait coming out of the walls. Can't stop it.
It's
Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen.
so like it's weird because if we did this in a different order, they'd have less like pop, but still the one that's actually the craziest is this character shares your name. That is out of control.
I was sitting in the audience right there in that front, not front row, but front section, when she was revealed to the world. I was there when the character was revealed. To me.
Yes, to you
To
specifically.
the Woolie's Brain platform. And we saw no gameplay yet. We just saw the art. And the tease was she's got some special surprises when she's disarmed. And that's all it was. And every single piece of information we've gotten since this moment
is something that you would have made.
It's just...
And also, the Galactic Phantom in the clip you showed does like 70% of a life bar.
And it's not...
It's the grossest Sam show has ever been.
And it's not just a Galactica Phantom. It's a Galactica Phantom in effect, but the actual animation is your fucking slow walk, wind up, hora, bam.
It's
like
ridiculous.
it's the character from Crosscodes.
Yeah.
Like that does the same thing that I lost my shit on.
It's super weird.
With the armored walk up and arm twist into the unload.
I can only...
It's just everything. Like it's everything.
The only thing that I can think of is there's
Chaos Code.
There's two things possible here. One, whoever is responsible for the primary design elements of this character is a fan of yours. Or the person who is responsible for the primary design aesthetics of this character is a fan of, it just happens to be a fan of all the same things that you are a fan of.
Hey, guess what the coolest move in Tekken is? If you thought it was anything that Steve Fox did, you're fucking mistaken. Because it's Miguel. Because you know what Miguel does?
What does Miguel do?
He walks forward with an armored fucking twist of the fucking arm into an unblockable full life kill punch. It takes a and it's not armored rather, but it takes a fucking long time for him to do it. But it's that same idea. It's absurd and it's rad. Oh boy.
It's getting real weird.
Oh boy. All this time, I can't believe I couldn't see. Trapped in the dark, but you would never follow me. I've been sleeping 1,000 years, it seems. Got to open my eyes to everything.
I think Evanescence is my favorite trash band. I think they're my favorite, like garbage band to listen to, ironically. Because it's always a good time. It always cracks me up.
It's coming from somewhere pure.
Yeah.
It's coming from somewhere teenaged.
Yeah. They're all in their 40s now.
Like Linkin Park.
Yeah.
It came from somewhere pure and teenaged.
Yeah.
That's all. Darli Dagger, soon. I have never dropped Galford as hard.
Who cares?
You have never seen Poppy dropped on his head harder
Goodbye, Poppy.
than the moment that this fucking clip goes out. You know, back in the day, for those of you who, like, real inside, we're going to play some inside baseball, but for those of you intimately familiar with the Samurai Showdown franchise, in 4, you could pick between Bust and Slash.
I remember that, yeah.
And the Bust and the Slash, the Bust version was kind of like the good guy. The Slash was like the bad version in a way. And if you picked Slash Galford, he would be dark. He'd have different moves. And in his intro, he'd tell Poppy to scram. And Poppy would fucking hightail it out of there and then point at you and he'd go, just you and me. Right?
That's cool.
Yeah. That's so because that's I always fucking loved that. And this is one of those moments. Scram, Poppy.
Get out of here, Poppy.
You're done. It's me and Darli now. Friendship ended.
Go back to hang out with the other poorly named dogs, like Friender. Oh, man.
Oh, I might have twisted that up. Bust might be evil and Slash might be good.
Yeah.
Whatever. You get the point. We got some places to go. We can go legal, or we can go hilarious.
Let's go hilarious. No, let's go legal. Let's leave hilarious, because I think I know what hilarious is and I want to save it.
Sony to face court in Australia for allegedly refusing to refund faulty PlayStation games.
Oops! It's almost like the European and Australian fucking trade commissions are gonna fuck you on your refund shit.
Australia does shit its own way, has established that
Same
they're
thing
not
with
willing
the EU,
to play
same
ball
thing
for a
with
long time.
The UK, I guess. They're very consumer friendly with refunds, digital or not, and Sony does not like to give you fucking refunds.
Yes. So here's the thing, right? The major thing, the major point in this article appears to be, we don't care what you say or how you run your business. If you sell someone a faulty product, they're entitled to a refund or a replacement. The end.
Here's the fun fact that applies to, I'm going to assume, every nation any of you are listening in. TOSs are not legally binding. Just because you have to agree to it to use the product doesn't mean that you're bound by its actual terms. Every court ever has held up that TOSs are not legally binding. So saying no refunds does not suddenly preclude actual refund law, regardless of shit.
Interesting. Here's my question, though, and I legitimately do want to know, what is a faulty product?
That is actually a lot more fun to talk about than this, because video games have the grayest line for that of anything ever.
Because I read this article top to bottom twice, and it seems to be basically talking about how Australia will go to court with Sony if they don't abide by these laws. They don't care because they're about consumer protection.
Yeah.
Faulty products cannot be abided. However, at no point does it define what a faulty product is.
Probably because the people who are running this law don't actually know what that means in the context of video games, and it will become very complex very quickly.
I quote, it even goes into the point of saying, well, you could argue, how do you know the good is faulty until you download it, said Mr. Sims.
Right.
If the good has a major fault, you're entitled to a refund or replacement, and it's your choice of which of those two you get.
That's broad. That is a broad definition.
There is
a major
no
fault is very broad.
There is no specificity within this.
Under that language, I'm not a lawyer. Remember, I'm not a lawyer. But under that language, it would appear that things like Fallout 76 and Anthem would absolutely qualify instantaneously as faulty products.
Like, is a bug a faulty product? How bad of a bug must it be?
Yeah. Well, if you download a game and it doesn't boot, that's pretty clear.
Yes.
You deserve a refund. Right? But everything after that is up in the air.
Software is fucking weird. It's not. These are laws not made for software.
Yeah.
These are laws made for that chair leg is broken.
Or the lawnmower won't start.
Give me my replacement or my money back.
Yeah. Software's weird.
But Australia's using these laws to apply to software.
Now, if you guys remember the Steam refund stuff, Valve tried to position it as we've been working on refunds for a while, and here we got your refunds. That's not why they gave us our refunds. They gave us our refunds because the European Trade Commission slapped their shit off and said, if you don't offer refunds, we're gonna ban your fucking product in this like, what is it, 12 countries in the EU? Well, like, whatever. Steam's gone. And Steam went, okay. And then there's no way to possibly run the optics on an international store. Like, well, if you live in these countries, you can get a refund. But if you live in Canada, the United States, Mexico, or Australia, you can go fuck yourself. No, that's not going to play. Right?
It would be pretty hilarious to imagine the Australian board calling in a bunch of QA and basically saying that something that is C class is acceptable. B class.
Oh, man.
B class is a fine. And A class is a serious concern.
Right.
That absolutely forces a refund.
So this is good for everyone, because what's good for Australia will probably be good for the EU, which is probably good for us.
But I don't like the fact that you can't exactly describe what a faulty product is. I don't like that.
Well, here's what you should do.
That is way too vague, and laws are not great when they're
Steam's way around it.
When they're actually vaguely worded.
Steam's
How many problems do we have nowadays based on vague wording in law?
Fair enough. Steam's way around it was fairly simple, which is the product's quality didn't actually matter. Or the product's ability to start didn't matter. They just gave a blanket time window.
Time window.
Origin does the same thing. Epic Store does the same thing. 2 hours once you download it, and like 2 hours of play, 14 days since you install it, I think.
Is Australia going to take that into consideration?
Very likely. They usually look at other types of things. Also, Steam is in Australia, so that already exists as a framework.
Or
Sony and Microsoft do not want this kind of refund thing to go. Like, imagine the chaos that would happen if real refunds came to digital storefronts. I haven't been able to return a retail game in decades. You know why? Because I abused the shit out of it.
But is it possible that old man Koala Didgeridoo will simply decide that no, a chair leg broken means a refunded chair, and that's all I need to know about it?
Anything's possible.
And someone says, but wait, Steam does... What's a Steam? Is that some type of new boomerang?
I like what you're doing here. I like it.
Pass me my Fosters.
So I recently, actually, out of nowhere, just watched the Australian episode of The Simpsons.
Mm-hmm.
Making fun of Australia is the best.
Especially without doing the accent.
It is, yeah. Yeah, just fuck it. Hey, I would like a Foster's for my didgeridoo and bang.
Yep.
You know, koalas are like the stupidest fucking things in the world.
They're pretty not smart.
Like they're fucking dumb.
So I hear.
Because eucalyptus is a fucking... It's not hallucinogenic. It's it makes them high. So the reason they only eat eucalyptus is so they can be cracked out all the time.
Wow. Didn't know that.
So that's why when you see videos of people just walking up to a koala and just picking it up and it does nothing, it's because it's high off its balls.
Yeah. So anyway, I think it's possible that they might not pay attention to Steam as a reference point for this law and choose to keep it vague.
Possible.
The same way they chose to keep the Aboriginal people.
There's no refunds in the bush. Software land or otherwise.
That's their term.
Let's move on to
Yikes!
hilarious. Why do you do this every week?
What did I do?
You bring it in. You bring in the awkward thing.
They brought the awkward
Oh. Okay, that's all right. Luckily, we live in Canada, a country that's always treated its native citizens with the utmost respect and class. Don't research that.
Don't remove half of that word and start saying the first part. Oh no! The story's gone.
What story?
Well, I guess that's the end of that adventure.
What story?
It was gonna be about this hilarious list of leaks for Street Fighter 6.
Oh, yeah.
But
They
it's
were all stupid.
gone. So I guess that's the end of that.
Oh, well. You want to talk about the Anthem roadmap?
We sure can.
Hey, Forbes put out an article on this, which was the best named article ever. Anthem's new roadmap is to delete Anthem's roadmap.
Let me see here, because the article I found was on Engadget.
You want the Forbes one
Okay.
for sure. It's
Well,
fucking hilarious.
The Engadget article was called "Anthem Players Already Underwhelmed by Cataclysm," but let's find that.
So, in the past couple weeks, when you would log in the month of May,
Anthem's new roadmap is to delete its roadmap, which is probably for the best.
isn't that not the best article name? So, Anthem, when you would log into Anthem in the month of May, it would say, Cataclysm here! Despite that shit not existing. And they finally, after like a month and a half, did a live stream where they're like, hey, the Cataclysm is coming in July as a timed event. And also, we're going to work on that other stuff. Here's the new roadmap. And the roadmap is, 1, has no dates. 2, has no line of progress, no priority system. 3, the first part of the roadmap is all stuff that's in the game right now. and then Act 2 and Act 3 with blank boxes.
Okay, I gotta say, full-on shock at the fact that we're still talking about Anthem.
Yep.
Because the last piece of news was 0 people are playing it on Steam. All its top players.
No one could ever play it on Steam.
Have Origin. Whatever. Yeah, Origin. And everyone, all of the players that cared have all left completely.
I just saw someone in chat go, "Ooh, nothing."
Everyone has left, and that was the end of that.
As a bonus, if you went down to the Anthem subreddit while they were hosting that live stream, it came out that anyone that was asking questions in the chat about loot or saying things like, "Please add more loot to the game," were getting banned from the Twitch broadcast. So don't do that. I guess.
Yeah. So this roadmap website is here.
This is the first time I've ever seen it. This is a game that the publisher has looked at it and went, "We're never gonna make the money back, ever." There's no way to save this, and this has been seen once before ever with FF14 version 1. And the only reason they put the money in to save that is because it said the fucking words Final Fantasy on it. And if they didn't fix it, they would have killed one of the strongest brands in the world.
Okay, but how do you apply sunk cost fallacy to a product that people have purchased and own?
Fuck them.
Because
that's how.
Then why even try here?
They're not. People are most of BioWare's been transferred off the project to other stuff. This is a skeleton team working. We're gonna see bug fixes, and maybe one event a year for 2 years, and then they'll shut it down. This is what happens when your live service game launches and immediately fails super hard. And you want to have a real fun, juicy piece that doesn't actually have anything to do with Anthem, but it does have some applicability. Todd Howard was in a recent interview in which he described, "We knew before it launched that Fallout 76 was not a, quote, high Metacritic game. But it's not about what ships. It's about what the game will eventually become." Which is a lie. Which is...
I mean, for one thing, that's fully embracing what game development is nowadays, which is you don't sell the thing that people...
They should have put that on the box. It's not about what's in this box.
You're not selling the final experience.
It's about what'll eventually be there. That is a cowardly way of saying it, Mr. Todd.
The article mentions that the page still says it's a roadmap. It's devoid of any actual dates or even months, and it does not list any specific future content on the way, not even Cataclysm's new loot or any of the things that were discussed on stream. But that's probably for the best. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Anthem will not be at E3 in any way. EA put out their revised stream schedule, which does not have Anthem in it. So they dropped it from their EA presentation. E3 presentation.
Anthem won't be at E3, or E3 won't be at Anthem.
Whatever, man. I think when the next time EA tries to do a live service game, I advise all of you to think real long and hard about what happened here. You know what? Fuck it. The next time any live service game comes out, I advise you to think real long and hard about it, because this shit can happen.
What if you could level up your characters in Anthem and progress in the game while you were sleeping?
It'd be more fun.
It would, wouldn't it?
It would.
Introducing Pokemon Sleep.
I don't understand. I actually don't understand what this is.
Well, Pokemon Go is now doing stuff.
But you're unconscious while you're asleep.
Sleep tracking is... Yeah, I don't... Pokemon Home.
Am I not allowed to play this because I use a CPAP machine?
Yeah, you're banned.
Like, what? Like, is that hacking?
You're cheating.
Am I cheating?
You're cheating.
Well, fuck.
You're sleeping too hard. Or the noise will keep it from thinking you're sleeping, so you're not allowed to. Pokemon Go Plus will use an embedded accelerometer to track a user's time sleeping and send this information via smartphone. The new device will have the same functions as Pokemon Go Plus. Trainers can use it during the day and with Pokemon sleep at night. There's a screenshot of a bunch of Snorlaxes on the map. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like this name was created for meme purposes, and then they realized that they had to put a product behind it at some point.
Get the fuck out. Square Enix has announced their competitor to Pokemon Go and Sleep with Dragon Quest Walk.
Yes. Yes. I did see that logo. I saw someone making a comparison.
Will launch on closed beta June 11th.
Yeah. It was someone had a post that was like Super Mario Run, Sonic Jump, Dragon Quest Walk,
Pokemon Sleep.
Pokemon Sleep. Yeah. Yep.
This is getting really stupid.
They went for the Dragon Quest route, huh?
DQ's way bigger in Japan.
I thought you were going to say something related to Chocobos, but
And
yeah.
now that's the horse racing game that's coming.
Well, while all these fucking lame apps can spend their time running and jumping and sleeping and walking, if you're driving...
When's Digimon fuck?
If you're driving in your Tesla, you can also play Cuphead. Because Cuphead...
This seems bad.
...is getting ported to the Tesla.
Apparently, it's only the first level.
Yeah, and it's because it's not a fucking platform. It's not.
How do you control it? You spin the wheel?
There's a controller.
Yeah.
I mean, I one time I was in an Uber that was a Tesla, and I saw the size of that crazy huge screen where the your radio usually would be.
Yeah.
Just a massive tablet. It's fucking wild. So yeah, I could see that running a game.
Cuphead while driving. Let's do it.
Well, I mean,
don't do that.
Like the fact that they picked the hardest possible thing.
Yeah.
the most difficult possible game to fucking get in there. I'm just like...
This feels like, hey, we're announcing a new beer you can only drink while riding your bike. Just designed to cause accidents.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of the game will not run while the car is moving.
It better fucking not.
Right. Well, kind of like Waze has a thing that says you can't type while the car is moving. Maybe.
I can't.
Maybe.
Dude, it's so bad.
Because it's like, even the screen is so big. And it's like, even if you were just giving the controller to your kids in the back so they could play Cuphead while you're driving, you can't not pay attention to it. Because it's also gorgeous and really fun. And you want to be like, no, you're fucking up. You're doing it wrong. Anyway,
everything is really stupid.
Studio MDHR getting Cuphead out there. We thought the Switch was the end of that transaction. Turns out, cars. And then we got just some feel good.
Something feel good.
Some little feel good story to end out on.
Hit me with feel good.
Someone is using machine learning to remaster old-ass Mega Man anime cutscenes.
Oh, yeah? So I've been seeing a bunch of these types of cutscenes for a while, but I haven't seen any Mega Man anime ones.
So you can now go back and watch the opening of Mega Man X4 in 1080p, full HD, because it has been frame by frame remastered via machine learning.
I like those robots.
Edges and lines and colors are as crisp as they could ever possibly be without the cells themselves sitting in front of you.
Mm-hmm. Yay.
And I wouldn't be surprised if these original cells were fucking destroyed in
or look like shit
some
now.
lab fire, lost in an archive folder somewhere because they just never cared and the guy quit who put them away.
Or the guy quit and they're sitting on his bookshelf at home.
Yeah.
Because he took them.
Yeah. So that's fun. And if you want to go watch some old HD Mega Man X4. Those still cool, still pretty.
This machine learning shit's super cool.
It's kind of wild, kind of rad. I thought that the KOF reboot like sprite blurring was going to be the extent.
Oh no.
Of it, and it looks like it might not be hopeless yet. You
can clean up all sorts of shit.
Yeah, it's just that area of like that, and then Mega Man X mobile, and like there's a that bad shitty sprite filter was my fear for the future, but this looks like it might be an awesome.
A lot of the first videos that this machine stuff was tested on were like the anime cutscenes from 3DS games, because they're running at like the shittiest possible resolution. Turns out they clean up real well most of the time.
I mean, what's really exciting, besides like these games and old ass cutscenes, would be the possibility to go back to old anime that no one's gonna fucking touch, and put that out.
Yeah, anime. Yeah.
Anyway, let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send a little letter in to Castle Super Beast, you're gonna send that to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. I ran into a fan who sent in a letter to this very email this week. Fairly hilarious instance where I was running a new dungeon in FF14, and the guy's like, "Oh, I'm new. I'm excited for Shadowbringers." I'm like, "Oh, really? How'd you hear about it?" "Oh, this internet thing. This is the best friends. You ever hear about it?" Like, "Nah. I heard about that Pat guy. He sounds like a jerk." And then he goes, "Wait a second. Hey, I sent an email in. Will you read it?" I'm like, "Probably not."
First one coming in. Fun fact about FF14.
Get out. Shut up.
I was listening to the podcast at the beginning while working a few months ago. Pat mentioned an FF14 player on a server named Avatar Korra, who was famous for buying weapon drops for other players, even if they didn't win the role.
Oh, it was mount drops. He was a guy over at Easy Allies, actually.
That player is actually Michael Damiani from Easy Allies.
Yeah.
He frequently streams the game on their Twitch channel with that character. Just thought it was a cool coincidence. Cheers.
Yeah, that dude's a mount fiend, and he has a shit ton of cash. So what he does is he loads into the instance, and he goes, "I'm gonna get the first roll, and I'm gonna pay you like 10 million each, and you're gonna let me have it." And they're like, "Okay." Because 10 million's a shit ton.
Okay.
And then he gets it, and he's always the first one on the server to have all the birds or all the dogs or whatever.
There you go. First email.
No, it was not that guy.
Probably.
No, the guy asked me, "Hey, what do you think about names getting banned from servers?" This is my third name that I've used in 14. They keep getting changed by the admins, and I'm like, and I can only imagine what the prior ones were. Like, hey, don't name yourself Dick Butt the Fornicator.
You ever been a whale?
What?
So that Easy Allies situation.
Yeah.
It's like someone that basically whaled the game.
I don't know what that means.
When
I actually don't know what that
means.
means.
When you're a whale, you're like, you spend a lot of money on...
Yeah, I've been a whale.
Yeah, okay.
What's your problem?
No, I'm just asking if you're... Yeah, okay.
It's in-game money, dude. I use the word gill.
Okay. Got it. Which you don't buy by spending real money.
No.
Okay.
That would actually get you banned.
Oh.
If you offered players real money.
But doesn't every MMO have farmers, and doesn't every farmer sell gil for gold?
Yeah, and every time you see one of those guys in a town, you right-click on them and hit the RMT activity report function, and they get banned probably by the end of the week. All MMOs have the ability to buy gold outside of the game for real money.
Yeah.
No, or very few MMOs actually support that, and it will in fact ban you if they ever find out that you have like bought gold.
But as long as you do it off the premises.
What premises?
The game itself.
Somebody has to give your character the funds.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. So I'm saying as long as you figure out what you need to off, and then someone basically logs in and hands you a bunch of money, and that's all that happens.
Yeah, and when that person gets banned for real money transactions, and they look at the person who they gave millions and millions of gil to, they go and ban you too.
So if someone really rich suddenly starts giving out money to random people in personal encounters, They just assume that's what's going down.
No. Most of the accounts that do this are obviously robots. And are mass bought out of countries that are running gold farming thing. Like, Woolie, come on. It's a whole business.
I know, which is why I'm surprised it's banned, because I just thought it was a part of the landscape.
It is a part of the landscape.
And like
under the table.
And all I'd ever seen when my roommate was playing WoW, or that when I was playing Ragnarok, was just a bunch of people standing around fucking advertising shit in the town square.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's a fucking
FF14 cracks
mess.
down on it pretty hard. Some crack down on it less hard. But in most games, it's totally bannable to buy real money transaction. I think Guild Wars isn't, because they have an actual in-game shop where you buy the currency from the developer. And EVE is the same way, where you buy Plex.
Gotcha.
Or ISK.
One came in about Polygon and hot takes, but like we already talked about that.
We talked about that.
Yeah, so that's fine. Brad wants to know, Dare Woolie and the other guy.
Hey, what up, man?
Sometimes on the podcast, you brought up subjects like putting your brain in a robot and other forms of transferring one's consciousness.
Yeah, that's right.
Recently, I've been thinking about teleporters and how they're generally presented in media.
Oh, man.
Usually not explained well, and if they are, it usually boils down to it atomizes you and rebuilds you at the other end. Yeah, we've talked about this before.
Yeah, Star Trek teleporters, there's a reason why it's a long-standing trope in Star Trek that doctors don't like to use the teleporters, because it implies that you're dying.
And there's that one episode where there's two Rikers.
Yeah, and that's a nightmare. What does that mean? What does that mean if the bubble just dropped the old Riker where he was and then the new Riker was there? Which is the real one? The first one.
The way I see it, it sounds an awful lot like kill yourself and send a clone to the other end.
That's totally what it is.
Rather than a teleporter. Does that distinction matter? Would you use a teleporter or feel weird about your loved ones using them? On a similar note, transferring my consciousness into a robot to theoretically exist as long as I want sounds cool, but I wonder if it would really be me or just a machine that acts like me and thinks it's me. The reason this hangs in my mind so much is because even if we invent such technology, actually testing these queries seems basically impossible. And this is the rub.
There's a reason why I talk about putting my brain in a robot.
Yes.
Because the copy transfer shit, no, that's a new thing. That's a new creature.
If you're talking Ghost in the Shell, right, which guess what? You have to talk Ghost in the Shell when you have this conversation. Yeah. A cyber brain, right? The transfer, at the moment you transfer that actual data that is your brain into something that is purely digital, that is just a copy of you.
It's
it is
a new
not
thing.
You. It is not you.
You're still you back wherever you were.
If you take the gooey organism that is your brain and stick it in a big steel box,
that's you.
That's still you.
Because you didn't copy it, you didn't move it, you just moved it from one spot to the next.
And the continuity of your perception will
maintain, even if you're unconscious.
Yep.
There is a game called Soma, which I would highly recommend anyone interested on this topic to check out.
Yeah.
In addition, this is going to be a weird poll, but did you ever see The Sixth Day with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
No.
So it's about cloning. It's about cloning people against their will, and like you clone an athlete and then you kill the injured athlete and you replace him with the new clone.
Yeah, Black Mirror,
right? Near the end of the movie, it's established that you take a snapshot of your brain and then you just snapshot it on the clone, and now the clone is you, right? Near the end of the movie, the villain gets killed, and a new clone of his is coming out of the chamber, but it comes out too early, and it's like a horrific goo monster. So he hits the cloning process again, but the new perfect clone comes out before he dies. And the new perfect clone walks up to his old gooey clone that made him and starts like ripping his clothes off and steals his glasses back and essentially pushes him down the stairs as he's going, "No, but I'm me. I'm me. You're me."
Yeah.
And it's like,
don't kill me.
Don't
me.
Don't do that.
Please, me, don't kill me. Yeah. Yeah.
Or also fucking The Prestige, if you want to take a look at it.
Sure.
This is a nightmare fuel conversation.
Yeah, I mean,
duplicating your consciousness.
But it's not, though, and here's why. The answer's simple. Don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it.
The end. The reason why I can have this conversation till I'm fucking blue in the face
is that you're not going to do it.
Because I will never do it.
Yeah.
Like, at no point will I ever go full-on transfer to the hard drive.
Yeah.
You can't.
Not the whole way.
Nope. Gotta keep the goo.
Yeah, keep the goo.
Keep, like, you...
And also, if you're going to run teleportation to run teleportation experiments, for fuck's sake, make sure that pod is clean. You don't want any flies in there. All right.
Brundle. Yeah. I'll tell you what though. In the meantime, the other simpler idea of not even the machine body, not even the shell, but just quite simply the teleportation for the convenience of things. Never.
They explain it fairly early in Star Trek, and the way they explain it is they kill you and then they rebuild you elsewhere.
Yeah.
There are episodes in which people just straight up die or get disintegrated, and they go and fix them with their pattern from the buffer.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, what are you doing?
I have a friend who says, like, he's like, yeah, I'd have no problem with that. Simply knowing that, like, I would continue in some shape or form is comfort enough for me.
For some people, that's fine.
And I'm like...
And for me, I'm like, you're
I'm sorry, I'm way too selfish. I need the continuity of my consciousness. Yeah, no, absolutely not. So, and here's the thing. If you had to go one way with it, if it was either the kill teleport copy paste machine...
Yeah.
Or the stand in the chamber, it makes a copy of you... That thing comes alive at the other end. You step out of the chamber, and that thing stays alive for 24 hours to do whatever the job is that needs doing, and then fucking dies.
You know what?
Then
Fine.
So be it.
You know what the problem with that is, right? If you were to put the version of me that I am now into that machine, the version they want to send down to do whatever isn't gonna do it.
Well, yeah, because you got one day to live.
Because it's me.
Yeah, and in fact, it might be filled with so much hatred for its own existence
that I'll try and kill me.
You'll try to find
for sure in a second.
Which is why the teleporter better be on Mars.
Yeah.
Because if that thing can make its way...
If I wake up in a fucking teleporter cube looking at myself, and myself says, okay, Pat, go do it, and by the way, you're going to die, I'm going to kill me so hard. Because I'm an asshole.
You'd be pretty salty about the whole thing. Yep. Watch movies. They're good.
These are the kinds of actual horrors about space travel. Not getting sucked out the airlock. But what if your clone attacks you with a rock?
I mean, here's the thing. Somewhere deep down, if you can make it all the way back from Mars to Earth within 24 hours...
You get to be the new real person.
Like, I have to respect it. I gotta respect that hustle. At some point, you made it all the way back. Despite all the odds, maybe you froze yourself on the journey.
Shit was crazy.
Right? Maybe, I don't know what you did, but you figured out a way to hate journey back to Earth so that you could kill me with 24 hours of life. Fuck it. You get the crown.
You get the crown. Do whatever DNA juice you got to do. Make this one the new real one. That's cool.
Yeah. And now we're getting into fucking...
You ever play the Swapper?
No.
The Swapper is this argument. Okay. So the Swapper's power is to make a copy of himself, and then you can swap between. Yeah. But you have to swap to a new one, and then leave the last one to get like killed by a trap. Yeah. And it's the whole game, and the whole game is like, wait, what are you doing?
You ever play Nier?
I have.
Good game.
A good game. It's pretty okay.
So, ka-chow.
Okay, ka-chow, what up, man?
No, ka-chow was the sound effect that, what up, fellow weirdos? It's your boy Loco.
Hey, Loco.
Here with a question that's been on my head, spinning disco style, like a beastly disco full of goblins and suckling pigs. Trying too hard, Loco.
Trying too hard, Loco.
Hit stop in fighting games is delightful. What about in reality? Would it be as satisfying? Would you enjoy a brisk tempoed walk and then suddenly Samuk gets his insides banged around like a piñata? He gets hit by a truck, but there's a big hit stop before he ragdolls and his shoes fall from his feet. Is that fucked up or cool? Would you like some instances of hit stop in real life? Okay, trying a little too hard, Loco, but I got. So
I'll give you a thing.
I got a feeling.
If you've never been like punched super hard in the head, you experience hit stop in real life. Time is not continuous.
Yeah.
When you take a big old pop to the head.
It is for everyone else, however.
Yeah, but not for you. You get to experience the joy of hit stop.
There is no hit stop in real life, but there are hit sparks in real life.
There are.
And I can demonstrate this.
You thinking of the boxer who hits that guy smoking a cigarette?
No,
because that's actual hit sparks.
no. I'm gonna say I have a pretty good example. There's a clip you can look up. It's called the brutal roundhouse kick knockout. It's a 42-second video of a kickboxing match, and a dude eats it so fucking hard.
Brutal roundhouse kick knockout.
Kick knockout. A dude takes it so fucking hard that you see the hit sparks come off in the form of the sweat and whatever else from his body. He does a fake spin and just lays it in, and it is fucking incredible. And I'm calling that a hit spark.
So
it's wild.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It is wild.
I'm thinking of a fight outside a Russian nightclub where some guy in a tracksuit smoking a cigarette catches one across the face, and the cigarette explodes into sparks.
Sure.
And it's like, wow.
Yeah. Holy fuck, that clip, man.
And yeah, the guy ragdolls.
Yeah.
Because his brain turns off.
Yep. Retired. You're done. You're off. You're off now. You see the fucking thing come from his face, his nose, and he just like shutting down. Okay, real quick here. Does metagaming ruin games such as fighting games and MMOs?
No.
Happiest Woolie and Patrick the Honest of Fortress Ultra Fiend. Here's a lot of preamble to skip. Here's a short story relevant to the question. I was playing World of Warcraft since vanilla in 2006, and I've been seeing many changes that it's gone through over the years. Usually, I've led a casual heroic raiding guild with my friends of the past 5 years or so until recently when everyone quit. Vanilla WoW is like climbing a big-ass mountain you see in the distance. The journey is hard, long, and you'll pass by a bunch of dead people on the way who quit. But once you reach the peak of the mountain, there's a vast sense of accomplishment. Current WoW is like a car being driven by your dad as you go across the country to reach your Aunt Gertrude.
Dude, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier.
The drive is long, it's boring, and it's not particularly challenging.
So
there's some pit stops along the roadside and some attractions along the way, but if you ever finish the journey, there's no sense of accomplishment at the end.
So why not just skip it?
A classic WoW's release just on the horizon. I think many people have been mountain driving or have been mountain climbing journey that they went. They believe the mountain climbing journey they went that years ago will still be there. I don't believe this will be the case at all. With all the available information, stats, guilds, guides, and damage simulations, people will quickly find the game will not be as fulfilling when it was released in 2006. Players are already discussing broken builds and so on. The average player doesn't do any of that stuff. Who doesn't do any of that stuff will be doomed from the start and realize this as they level
Only
up.
in PvP.
I predict the game will burn hard and fast with the sharp to kind of players around level 30-ish. Does metagaming ruin games such as fighting games with frame data, tier lists, hitboxes, and MMOs with tier lists, DP charts, and gear charts, etc.? These are a few examples I can think of off the top of my head.
So the answer to that question is: does it ruin gaming? Maybe, probably not. Not usually. Are regular players going to be doomed in PvP because of meta builds? Yes, but they were doomed back in the day too, man. If you think people playing competitive shit weren't using every possible advantage to their advantage, you're fucking crazy. The problem with metagaming happens when decisively best solutions to problems arise. So, well, you're somewhat familiar with the term composition, your comp for like Overwatch, right? In an MMO, say you have 8 guys. Say there's a comp that's the best. Let's say it's Warrior, Paladin, Machinist, Dragoon, Bard, Summoner, Astro, Scholar, whatever, right? If that combination is like substantially better than all the other combinations, yeah, that sucks, right? And I mean like 10, 20% better just because they all line up all perfect, right? Tiers, essentially, right? Is the existence of advanced strategies and builds and whatnot bad? No, of course not. You need to have people have things to aspire to. Fighting games have tiers. They don't have tiers because the characters are inherently good or bad, or sometimes they have tiers because people figure out crazy shit to do with them. The only way to not have metagaming is to make the fucking 5-5 utopia as described by Corey Gaming in Street Fighter 1.
In fighting games, the question of does meta ruin the game? Well, let's break it down a little bit very briefly and simplify the thing. You're asking, do hitboxes and frame data and tiers ruin the game? Well, let's rename those three things together. Let's bundle them all together and rename it as information.
Alternatively, you would call it experience, depending on where you got it.
Whatever it is, right?
Does information
.zip.
and experience ruin
Does
games?
information and experience ruin the game? Well, only if the type of game you want to play is one where
you shouldn't need those things,
or if the type of game is somewhere, or what I was gonna say is a game that you probably don't intend to play very often. You occasionally just want to kind of gamble with your friends, and you want a wacky, wild outcome.
There's a real
for someone that is probably going to play the game more than a handful of times for the purpose of like enjoying getting better at it. Information is the game.
There is a thing about this that he's talking about, which I'm going to use 14 as an example because I know it well, in which this kind of thing does damage the game. So I think I was wrong about Summoner, but I was pretty close on the margin for what is the current meta composition. What is the best group you can run to beat the toughest raids, right? The problem is the same thing as fighting games and tiers. So I'll put it into something a little more clear. Hey, Woolie, who's top tier in Third Strike? Who's absolutely top tier?
Yun's pretty fucking good.
Yun's good. Chun's good. Urian's up there, right?
Dudley and Makoto. Yuri and Dudley and Makoto.
So if I pick them, I'll win, right?
Mm-hmm. No.
Well, but, I mean, so I'm setting up a party to go do this raid, right? So I'm only going to accept people who play Makoto and Dudley, and because I don't want a Q player in here, because Q is bad. Right? That's what starts to happen. And that is a problem in MMOs specifically, right?
And
you go...
I spent hours playing
Ninja.
Q.
Right. Yeah, no, so, for example, there was a period in which Paladin in Heavensward, in the old expansion, Paladin was not as good as Dark Knight, and it was not as good as Warrior. How much less good? Maybe 5% total, right? But what do you see? You see party finder parties that say, we want a Dark Knight and a Warrior. Well, I have Paladin, I'm really good, and I can do top shelf... I don't care. That class is bad. I want a Paladin... I want a Warrior and a Dark Knight. You don't have one? Get out. From people who, by the way, aren't good enough to have that matter. Like, I'm not good enough to have my choice of tank matter. Right?
Hanzo mains, please go.
Exactly. You get this when the meta gets established, and you get people who go... And you see it in fighting games a lot. You go, well, Chun-Li's top tier, and I lost. That means you must have cheated. Because I picked the better character. It's like, no, dumbass. Player skill is the #1 determiner of victory. And seeing that...
God bless games where you stand on your own 2 feet and you win by your own 2 feet and you lose by your own 2 feet.
Yeah, it is fun to play as a team. Now, if you have something like Overwatch or Rainbow Six or something like that where you change characters, boop, 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 no problem. The problem is an MMO like WoW or Final Fantasy, it's like, dude, I only have a Paladin to cap because I want to play Paladin. And it took me 4 months to get this Paladin geared up, and like this, I can't just go and just get another one of these.
Hey, who won Tekken World Tournament again?
Fucking Kuma?
Panda,
right, Panda. You know what the best part about this is? During the period in which everyone's like, Dark Knight is shit, it's bad for the meta, it's all Paladin and Warrior, like for the tanks. The world first clear of, I shit you not, the raid is called Uwu. Ultimate Weapon, Ultimate. Uwu. Japan, they don't care. Which is the hardest thing that game has ever made. Had a Dark Knight in it. And everyone, but how? It's not meta. Because that dude's good.
Yeah.
Single percentile differences aren't going to matter if you're shit. And adhering to metas that don't actually apply to you is damaging to a game's social scene.
I do want to say that if you are somebody that does want to play a game without information and experience factoring in the results of the game,
you may have a hard time.
Mario Party is very fun.
Yeah. See, it's fine when other people aren't involved, but you can't tell other people not to care more. You know? Yeah, I can't tell you, Woolie, to stop caring more about Street Fighter V than me. So don't look at stuff to find out cool shit, because I want to have a relaxing game. I can't do that. And you don't have to listen to me even if I did.
I'm out here for fun. You're out here for glory.
Yeah.
What are we supposed to do? Well, I mean, I can't say, but what we should do is end the podcast.
Yeah, let's do that.
So, I want to say, yeah, look forward to upcoming. What's going on? There is
Wolfie Days.
Wolfie Days are happening. In particular, well, I mean, it's gonna take a second for some of them to come out. For you, they're happening immediately.
Tomorrow, yeah, it's tomorrow night. The timing is perfect. I'm near the end of Yakuza 6, and iPatch Wolf is a huge Yakuza fan.
There you go. And for Woolie Versus stuff, I'm just gonna go through the editing process, but they'll be up shortly. And then, as well, at the end of this week, I'm going to be at ComboCon in Michigan.
Are you gonna do a combo?
Yes.
All right.
In
Good.
fact, possibly in real life, because HD Max challenged me to a sparring match in boxing.
Oh, don't hurt him.
I don't think that's the way it's gonna go.
Woolie, we all know that you're the best boxer.
His family owns a gym.
Woolie, don't hurt him. Okay?
He has a record.
Take it easy on him, all right?
Can I study my frame data?
HD Max, listen, okay? If you try your absolute hardest, you might be able to hit him once or twice. So you go for broke, because we all know that Woolie is the badass around here.
Yeah. It'd be nice if I actually got to, like, spar.
Yeah.
But, like...
Take those out. If you're going to get into a sparring match, take those out.
Oh, this! Me!
Yeah.
Me! Take
Yeah.
the me out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the me has to go.
Yeah, the piercings.
Yeah.
I don't even know what, like, some of them are, okay, but the eyebrow one scares
Some of them,
me.
oh yeah. Hey, so sometimes when my coach, when I fucking went in one time and I just didn't, and he like, we were doing pad work and he just fucking straight jab right to the lip ring, and he's like, you should take that out when you come to practice. And I was like, ah! He fucking got me, and it was like, yeah. What you giving me a target, bro? Like it was real. But either way, yeah,
that makes me uncomfortable. That's bad.
Yeah, but I know I am certainly concerned because as someone who is, been at this boxing thing for a minute, sparring isn't exactly what's going on in my training regimen, because like they're fucking training Olympians. Like, they're not wasting time on people who are not going as far as they can.
Woolie, have more confidence. I know you watched all the EPOs.
Okay.
Just do that.
Okay, so what I'll do is when the bell rings, I'll do a little fucking arm crack and I'll go like, hora! And walk forward and do my best swing.
That's right.
And then he'll go down in one.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'll have armor so that I can stop all of it.
Just feel the hyper armor in your heart.
Anyway, ComboCon is this weekend, and Wolf stuff is happening, and
that's pretty much it. All right, well, we'll see you guys next week and on our respective channels. So goodbye.
I'm gonna get fucking rocked, bro.